Oh yeah. Oh man, I'm getting ready right now. I hope everybody's having a good one. I'm extra hyped today because I've never played uh, wrestling games online in my life, and I used to be a giant wrestling fan when I was a kid. And I'm just excited because I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a good night. I'm gonna get a little crazy. I just want to act crazy tonight with my co-bro, co-op brother. I wanted to change the name into something weird. I don't know how y'all feel about that. Everybody in the chat, co-bro ops is what I called us. It's a movement from me and my cousin, who's an awesome. What the heck? No, my phone. Apologies. I need that Ultimate Warrior music. But yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. We're just getting started. Let me go ahead and go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm just representing today to the legendary, my favorite wrestler of all time. There's so many great wrestlers, so it's okay to not love him, but he just was so dynamic in the 80s, just so incredible, a unique character, and we'll get into him in a minute. But we are playing WWE 2K20, and I'm gonna be hanging out with the one and only Cloudy Chip TV today, and I'm just excited to play this game. I haven't played much, I'll be honest, but we're gonna get into it with a couple friends. I'm gonna have some other guests hopefully come through. I invited about 5 people. The reason why is because I wanted a full lobby of just people I know and just battling it out, playing against each other, with each other. You know, wrestling is just a good time, you know. And as an older man, I haven't played it in a while, and I'm smiling right now because I know I'm gonna get stupid. First of all, disclaimer: I don't get competitive often. There's only like 3, 4 games where I'm like really competitive. Uh, with this game, I'm not gonna get competitive. I'm gonna be silly and fun, but I am gonna want to whip everybody's butt. I'm gonna overreact. I don't normally overreact. You guys watch my live streams and my broadcast. I keep it mellow, but I'm gonna overreact because I just am. All right. I have no excuse, to be honest with you guys. But let's take a second. I just want to give a shout out to everybody who's watching right now on Facebook, YouTube, Mixer, Periscope, Twitch, everywhere that I'm live at this very moment. Thank you so much. We're going to have a good night. I'm excited. And before we get into it, I do want to discuss who is my favorite wrestler. And I'm going to try to actually put up my tweet somewhere. If it pops up, actually. We'll see. Alright, so there it is. It's right behind me. I'm going to make it bigger. I probably should have done this before. So as you guys can see, this is me as a boy. Let me take my camera off. This is me as a boy. I don't even know how old I was at that age. Maybe 5? If anybody can guess correctly, I'll ask my mother. Hopefully she remembers. So, that's me. And yes, that's one of my sisters. I'm not going to say which one. But if you know me, you know who it is. Yeah, so I used to have the wrestling ring. I used to have the wrestlers. I used to steal my sister's Barbies so that they can be the managers for the players and have them fight also. This was in the mid 80s, okay? This was 86, 87. All right, so this is before, you know, the big deal WWE life came to be something extraordinary. This was before the 90s, pretty much. And I just loved it. I loved every second of it. And I still love wrestling to a certain extent. I don't watch it, I'll be honest. But I still love it. But yeah, so that's what we wanted to just present real quick. Just to be, you know, everybody could know where my origin story began. Speaking of that, the Ultimate Warrior, the reason why he was so great was you had Hulk Hogan. He had the biggest figure in the WWF. You had like a Macho Man. You had certain fighters. But the Ultimate Warrior was just unreal. His introduction with this music, he'll come out in 2 seconds. He doesn't do a show. He doesn't show off. He just runs straight into the ring. He used to just knock people out and just destroy people right away. And he was just an unstoppable force. Unreal. And his strength to be able to lift people over his head, sometimes multiple times when he felt like it, that was the best part for me, personally. As far as Ultimate Warrior goes. But so yeah, so that's what I got to say. We are going to back off a little bit here and relax. So once again, thank you for tuning in and kicking it with me. I'm so excited. I'm gonna play one match just to practice. I haven't got to practice on this game. And Cloudy Chip TV is coming to fight me very soon. So we'll see how that goes. We're going to start off with just a regular match. Well, maybe make it TLC match. Let's just go with a regular, just to get the warm-up feel. Once again, fairly new to this game. I played 1 hour, I'll be honest. 1 hour. Got this game last week, and I only played 1 hour. I haven't got the chance to play. But I'm going to practice right now. I don't need that much practice. I think, you know, more or less you'll be fine. Well, I'll be fine. And I am going to stay retro today. Just because there's nothing better than going retro. Nope. It's going down, baby. Very excited, very excited. After this, I'll invite everybody to come by and play with me and to chill out. So yeah, so I'll get into the Ultimate Warrior and why I liked him. You know, he just very special character. Let's watch this actually. Oh, hell no. Hulk Hogan's already in here. He's ruining my intro. Okay, Hogan. We have come a long way from the old school. Just look at this. Damn. So, I'm learning the buttons, I'm learning the schemes, I'm learning to understand what it's like. X is to grab. Look at that right there. X is to grab. Square is to strike. That's pretty much all I know. But I'ma whip his butt right now. How do I do a little run? Here it is. Oh, he got me. Oh, he's really doing me dirty. Look at this. Oh, Hulk Hogan putting in work. Probably should have fought somebody less. This is like my favorite matchup in the history of wrestling. Look at this. Bam. Trying to hurt Hogan a little bit. So I got to learn the whole mechanics, how to really beat someone. And I got to learn how to get in the ring also. I do not want to lose.
What separates the Ultimate Warrior from everyone else is the endless amount of energy we all see on display when he enters the ring. You know, most opponents see that as wasted energy and even strategize to use it against the Warrior. Back inside the ring.
Did I win? No. I tried to cheat. I forgot it recounts once I get outside. The game feels alright. I know there was a lot of talk about this game having issues, but I don't mind it right now. How do I pick him up? Here we go. I'm trying to learn this bad boy. There we go. I think I got him pretty good, guys. Look at this. Oh, yeah. You know what I want to see in the game? I want to see them actually have the commentary of the fighters. I know that most fighters are not going to do the voiceovers, but that would be pretty sick, wouldn't you think? Like, I'm talking about in-game. Like this right here, during combat, you can hear him a little bit. I'm just trying to hurt him as much as possible before I do my finisher. Alright, here it is. Come on. 1, 2. Damn it. What a rookie. Get up, baby. Get up. I think I'm ready to fight a little bit. I got to learn some other mechanics, but... Trying to make sure he's hurt. There it is, baby.
Here comes the Ultimate Warrior. He's mixing precision and physicality.
Baby.
What a smash.
I like it so far. I'm going for it.
From the middle row. Target his torso now. He's been going for his core all night, it seems. Lariat.
Just trying to hurt him and take him out. One by one. Actually, you know what? I could put this music on while we... What is his special? Why can't I do it? Oh no, Hogan got a reversal. Uh-oh, it's a comeback. No, it ain't. I gotta figure out how to do his special. The standing up special. I want to body slam this guy. Ooh, okay. No, you're not. Oh, he got me. Oh, he got me, guys. He's gonna do his special. Don't do it. Oh, he's gonna do his leg drop, man. That's dirty how you doing the GOAT, bro. Yeah, man. Actually, you know, I like the Ultimate Warrior better than Hulk Hogan. This is why I picked him. There's a lot of great fighters, first of all. I mean, you can go with Stone Cold Steve Austin. You can go with so many great people. Oh, wait, I got the... Let's pause this real quick. Uh-oh. Do I have my things turned on? Let me turn on my customizations. That way, some people can activate them anytime they want. Alright, so how do you get out of submissions? Again, I'm learning this game. Thank you guys for tuning in, rocking with me. I have not played this more than an hour, and it was just like 2 or 3 matches. And actually, I spent more time on the menu looking at all the new game modes and things that they have. All right, so sliders, attacking player, the attacker must overlap with the defenders into full. Okay. Where am I? Made it out. Oh, no, he didn't. Hogan is coming back. Sheesh. No. No, not happening. Damn it. Hope everybody's doing good, man. I appreciate you guys coming out. Andre the Giant, do they have? I don't know, man. I gotta look. Yeah, they do actually. I seen him. How do I do my special? I want to do the body slam special. The game is not letting me, man. Is that it? Lift him up. That's it. I did it. Yes. That's game. There's no way he gets up from that.
Here he goes for the win. Then he closes it out.
Perfect. Perfect, baby. We did it, guys. Let me turn the music down on the game and get into the real life version of it. Let's go. Shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for coming through and hanging with me. We are legitimately getting our first win in this game. I played once or twice before. I think I got my butt whipped, I'll be honest. But this time, I did it. And I did it right on time because Cloudy Chip wants to get in. And I just had to practice on the computer because I promised him an ass whipping. Oh, yeah. He doesn't say, oh, yeah, but... I just got to watch this, guys. Get some memories. Nice. Bro, he got to do the pump. Do the pump. Come on, man. Do the pump. That was pretty cool, though. Let's watch highlights, actually. That's cool. I didn't know that. First highlight. Me trying to pin? Really? Is that a highlight? That's a bad highlight. First of all, I didn't make these highlights, man. 2K. Why you do that, 2K? Terrible highlight. But anyway, let's go back to the second highlight. These highlights are rough. This is the one. This is the one. I don't know what the move is called, but that's the move. The number one move from Ultimate Warrior. He'll throw you behind him. He'll lift you all the way up, throw you behind him, and then run and splash. I don't know the names of his moves, but you get what I'm saying. The pin? Why do they keep showing the pins? Someone said, hey man, I would love to watch your stream. Shout out to Till. He's streaming. Do your thing, Till. Just a quick shout out to this guy who's a viewer of mine saying he's streaming. Till Thandor. Thandor? I don't know how to say his name. So just look him up. TealTundra. He said he's streaming, so show him love, guys. I know that all my viewers are on mobile apps and like other different platforms, and they're not on YouTube and Twitch, but it is what it is. Peace and love to everybody coming through. Cloudy Chip, I'm sending you an invite right now. You probably have to wait until he beats Entire. Yeah, I got him. Shout out to you, bro. This game is fun. Hell yeah, dog. Hell yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just had a dope match. Luckily. Alright, so I gotta go to quick match. I don't know where I gotta go. I'm gonna try to do this online party. Snaps. Okay, so these are the lobbies of different players setting up matches. I could make my own, which that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do a one-on-one to start the night off right. Me and my cousin. And I'm going to go TLC, man. You want to play, dog? You think you... Yo, you want to play? Me and my cousin going to go TLC, bro. We're not even going to get a chance to fight. I'm just going to beat him down. Or he's going to beat me down. I don't know what's going to happen. SmackDown, big heads, no. Alright, I'm inviting my cousin. I hope that's private. I don't know how this works. We're gonna find out right now. I gotta put back my wrestling music. Oh no! I made it public. Okay, let's start it over. I know how to do it now though. Alright. TLC online. I just don't know how to invite people is what the problem is. Make public, it says. Player list R3. Currently in your lobby. How do I know who's in my lobby? Your current players in the lobby. Sheesh. Yeah, so I don't know how that works. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a visual break. And so I could send a party invite to my cousin, my co-bro ops brother. And we're going to get it in right now. I'm going to go ahead and turn online. I'm not sure if he's supposed to be in my party or what. How does this work? We're going to figure it out right now. But we're going to play online. You just saw me play the multiplayer, the offline 1 versus 1, and now we're going into the co-bro ops version of this game for us, my broski. I do have other players coming. I have to text them and tell them, hold on. I have not checked my text, and Doughboy hit me up. Alright, so he's in here. What it do? What it do? What it do? What up? Cloudy Chip is in the building, folks. And I don't know how this works. We're going to find out right now. How do I get someone in my lobby, first of all? And secondly, we're going to turn off the game music. This game's legit. It's all right. I will say. So far, so good. Actually, I gotta keep that music on. Alright, so does anybody know how to set up the private matches? No. That's not what I wanted. So I have to go into lobbies, but I don't know how to send an invite to my one-on-one. We might just have a free-for-all. I'm gonna see who's available to kick it with me. I have some friends waiting, and if you're watching, thank you guys for coming. We're gonna have a good night. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Now I still gotta learn a lot here on how does this system work. I think they gotta look for my match. Okay. Tables and TLC. Alright, I know how to do it. Let me text the other guys who are going to play with us in a little bit. I wanted to have somewhat of a little crew. We're about to get it in though. Gotta beat my cousin down. And trying to text these guys real quick so that they know. There we go. Alright, well, Cloudy Chip as always. delaying the game for 20 hours. I used to think, well, I'm not even going to say it because I can't talk about it. But I used to think someone else would make him late, but it's really him. He's the problem here. I don't know how to get other players in here. So anyway, hope everybody's doing good. WWE for the night. And I got music in the background. I'm going to turn that off, the game music, just to keep this Ultimate Warrior on. I want to discuss it one more time so you guys could see the real deal. And as a matter of fact, I got a second picture. You see that? It's me right there. And right next to me is my wrestling. I do have more. I uploaded another picture. Here it is. Me with my big old head. The shadow makes my head look even bigger. Carrying all the wrestlers I can. I used to bring them to school. They used to be with me every day. This is my favorite toys as a kid. I might as well play another match because this dude is taking forever, dude. It's kind of annoying as hell. He waits till I get annoyed to respond. Damn, dog.
Didn't even listening to you. I was just introducing myself to the chat and everybody.
Okay, my bad, chat. What's going down?
Doing my little intro.
All right. So let me do my intro on your intro. I'm about to whip his ass.
So I was telling everybody in the chat, telling everybody that's watching right now, I haven't played a wrestling game since WWE SmackDown vs. Raw Part 2. I used to play, I don't know if people remember the Royal Rumble for the Dreamcast. I grew up playing like wrestling games, and then all of a sudden, after PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 came around, I wasn't too much into it. I started slowly getting out of it. So I'm not too in tune with the new cast. But when you're talking Triple H, you're talking Stone.
Yeah, I'm going classics anyways. Don't worry. But yo, before you do all that, can you join the damn match? Go into online, go into lobbies, and then search one-on-one TLC, whatever it says about my name on there. I don't know if that's how you enter, but it says basically make a custom lobby.
One-on-one TLC. What's your name? Do you have a name? One-on-one
TLC.
Oh, the host. It tells me the host name. I can search.
Yes, please look for me.
Let me see. Match type, editor, gender, big head. No, that's me.
TLC, one-on-one.
Lobby. Yeah, but it's not. Match type. TLC. I don't got TLC on here.
Should be in there.
You can't send an invite and I can just accept
It doesn't show up. Oh wait, let me make it public. My fault. Go ahead. I don't know how to invite. That's why.
Now learn, bro.
Yeah. I'm gonna start a new one. Hold on.
Triple threat.
Let me figure it out.
Still don't see it on here.
I'm gonna start a new one right now. TLC, SmackDown, one-on-one. That's what you want to look for. And then I think I know how to invite. I think I just been slacking right here. Oh, so I gotta pick my player first and then send an invite. There it is. Alright, my fault. I figured it out.
Alright. I don't know.
You're not online, sir. You're not online.
I got a splinter. Give me a sec. I ended up getting a splinter in my thumb, and that such a hurts, bro. It be catching me out of nowhere sometimes. And I can't pick it neither. I don't know what's in my skin. It's on my thumb.
Rip your finger off.
I should, bro. That's how I'm feeling right now. We even play. Nah, but I'll take a look at it. It's probably gonna come out. If not, I'll get a little pin or something and pull it out. Dude, catching me off guard.
Woo.
Well, it's gonna be fun, man. It's been a while. There we go.
Yeah, I played one match real quick. I played the day that I downloaded it, like for like 30 minutes. 2 matches. but
Batista. Big Boss, man.
they got all the legends. All the legends.
Big Show. The Big Show. Who I want? My favorite wrestler was Stone Cold.
Yeah, he was one of the greats. Definitely one of the greats.
Brock Lesnar. Before the UFC or after? Wait a minute, I didn't even get to pick.
I didn't do anything.
Wow, they played me, bro. It's starting already.
I didn't do anything. I'm eating my little ice cream.
I'm here drinking my coffee, bro. Is what I'm doing.
Alright, first ass whipping of the day, and he got excuses already.
Listen, I don't want this.
He got
guy,
excuses
bro.
already, dog. Oh man,
Alright, whatever. Practice round. I don't even know what this guy does.
he could get his ass whipped. He gets his ass whipped. Ain't no timeouts in wrestling. Oh, he got me. Reversal.
I mean, let me figure this out. What's the buttons, bro?
Let me go. Wait, chat. Wait.
Payback. Irish whip.
Let me show you the buttons. This is the button. There you go. Learn the buttons, bro. You want to learn the buttons? Here you go. Here you go. Oh, okay. You get out of here. Take that. Triangles to reverse. Square is to strike. Circles to grab. I don't know what. I mean, I'm lying. X is to grab. I don't know what circle is for. Oh, circles to pin. Cancel.
This guy really wants to catch. He wants to get a double.
Oh my goodness! No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I thought this was a TLC match. I must have messed up. I'm about to whip that ass now. You want to play? That's perfect. Beat the ref up for me. Oh, I dropped it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at this. No, he didn't. Get off of me. Oh, oh my goodness.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
I need a break.
How do you get out? How do you get out of
L2? L1. Come on out. Let's talk about this.
It's not L1, bro.
R1.
R1.
Don't run. Coño. Is this a TLC match? Because why is he counting?
Throw that in there. Throw that in there.
Come on in.
No, bro.
Get out of here. You better run, boy. You too scared, bro. Come on, bro. You chicken. Oh, my goodness. Go ahead.
How you get down?
R1. We look like some amateur wrestlers right now. What are you doing, bro? He's scared for his life, bro. I went in and you ran out.
Don't play yourself. There you go.
No.
There you go. How you pick up that weapon?
No.
Oh, I got
No.
it.
You're the cheater.
Get out of here.
Oh, you got disqualified.
Get out of here.
That's what you get.
I got disqualified when you the one that pulled out the chair, bro.
I tricked you.
Get out of here. I was whipping ass, bro.
Nah, I don't know about all that.
Never even sat here and even got a warm or nothing.
All right, let's see if they let us do a rematch. I don't know if they're gonna do that, but
Pick another character. Edit.
another round, another lobby. Play another round. Change your character.
The guy. I know, but I don't
On the
think it
top,
let me.
you see it says edit.
Yeah, but it didn't let me. No, nothing's showing.
I'm gonna play again.
Still deciding. Oh, there we go.
I gotta be the Ultimate Warrior for a little while.
That's why. Eddie Guerrero, he passed away. God bless his soul.
Yo, before the night's over, we can't play Royal Rumble online, but we're gonna do a Royal Rumble with Game Share. That's gonna be crazy.
Here we go. Let's go. Let's get it.
This would have been
Now we
this
talk.
would have been fun to watch if it ever happened in real life.
Give him the stunner. Give him the stunner, bro.
We're about to quarantine for a while. What's up, PK?
I'm gonna get in your face, bro, when you're on the ground and just.
We gonna see. I ain't gonna lie. If it wasn't for Stone Cold, I would have not been into wrestling at that time when he came out. Cause I was already done with it. You better run, boy. Get out of here. Come on in here. Oh yeah. Come on. Ah. Oh no. You little. That don't hurt. That don't hurt. Get off me, little boy. Get off me, little boy. Stay down. I'm gonna show you a Stone Cold ass whipping. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk mad trash today. Take that. Little redneck. Get a little broken neck. You need to get your ass up. We both kicked each other at the same time. Oh, good stuff. This dude trying to pin me in the first 3 seconds. Oh wait, sheesh! I almost let you too. I forgot. Not happening. Oh, that's how you feel.
That's how you wear down your opponent.
This guy's crazy.
I get lucky, you know.
Be intimidated when you get in the ring with Steve Austin. That's just it, Michael. It's unavoidable. Looks like he has other plans here.
Bro, get up. What is going on? This is called rookie status. What is going on with the quarantine? Somebody said.
Somebody do something about that. Steve Austin making his statement as we speak.
Not bad. Not bad.
Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here.
That's just a beatdown.
Oh my God, that's one of his best moves.
Man, think that.
That is just insulting.
I gotta take a break.
Trying to create some separation here, Cole. I don't know what he
Oh, whoa, whoa.
for the referee's count. Bringing it back into the ring.
Shit, oh my. What a Stone Cold ass whipping right now.
You hear this guy? Oh, I'm giving it to you. Get out of here, bro. Play it. Ah.
He's wildin'.
No, he lets him out. What a smash. That is just insulting.
Oh. These are like the old school Stone Cold moves. Oh.
In the glass. He's just about there.
Time to whip some butt.
The damage might have already been done, Michael. Austin not in a good place right now. Yeah, he's not breathing heavy yet.
Get out of here. What are you doing, bro? Oh, get out of here.
He's looking a little stunned right now. That definitely off his game.
Get him. That's what I'm talking about.
He keeps trying to pin.
But he let him go. Yeah, I'm sure his opponent doesn't mind.
Oh.
I want to learn how to do other moves.
That is just insulting. Steve Austin is looking for the ending of this matchup.
Stone Cold Stunner.
Get it.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Woo. Give me that. What's going on? What happened?
Oh man.
That was too easy. That was an ass whooping, bro. I didn't even know the controls.
I ain't gonna lie. I gotta figure out how to get up faster. That was my biggest problem. Stone Cold's the man, though. I'll give him that.
I like Stone Cold.
All right, we're gonna switch it up. If you want to go Stone Cold, I'm going.
Nah, I'm gonna go with somebody else.
We're gonna switch it up. Play different characters. What's going on, chat? Somebody talk about the quarantine. What are they talking about? Y'all let me know, man. I enjoy the quarantine because oh hell no, go back.
How do you? What's the controls? I'm gonna do this while I'm waiting.
Damn it, we both picked Triple H.
Oh, you picked Triple
I
H?
try to edit it.
Wow.
All right, let's talk about it next time.
Mirror match.
Actually, we have to go anyways. I'm gonna invite some friends so we can play different modes and play a multiplayer like that. So I'm backing out, man. All right, so we're about to bring in two guys who play this game, who hopefully can show us. Me and Doughboy are gonna be on opposite teams
We're gonna look at this real quick. Think about this.
because clearly we're gonna need to be. What's it? Fatal 4, 2-on-2, 2-on-2 Extreme Rules, Hell in a Cell. We're gonna do Hell in a Cell. Creative characters allowed. Why not?
God, I'm over here trying to figure out these controls.
All right, perfect. All right, so we're gonna get two other guys and do a 4-on-4 Hell in a Cell. And I am gonna pick Ultimate Warrior one more time just because I love him. And I could invite Doughboy. And then I could invite Brooke. Why doesn't it show the bees? It's weird. There we go. It doesn't show he's online, so I can't invite him, but and then I gotta invite Charlie, which he's in the siege. Let's see where he's at. There he is. They're both offline. Alright, so this time me and Doughboy are going to be against each other, but we're going to have other players on their own, on our teams. So it's going to be a 2-on-2 little battle. There he is. I got one. And by the way, I'm Ultimate Warrior. Don't pick the same guy. And now I got to invite Charlie. After this, we're probably going to get more players in here to do a 6-on-6, what's it called? Chamber match. I'm waiting on Charlie, though.
I'll do
Triple H, Ultimate. No, don't be on my team. Damn it, I messed up. About to get our ass whipped, bro. Yo, why don't you back out and I'll re-invite you? You hurt? Just because we gotta learn the game before we play with each other. Because we're gonna face guys who've been playing this game, and both you and me haven't played it. Alright, so it's gonna be you and Brooke versus me and Charlie. Let's see. If not, we just go public and I'll play with a random. Charlie said he was here, but I don't know what happened. So you said Stone Cold was your favorite fighter. Tell me why.
It's like the style. He brought a lot of like energy to it.
He brought the attitude.
Yeah.
That was his best quality.
Yeah, he used to come in where I'm going, fighting Kurt Angle. He came in with a truck.
Yep.
With Budweiser, bringing him down. Knocking beers over his head, going crazy.
Yeah, he used to be a wild man.
Back in the days, bro.
Bro, I go way back before that. Before Hulk Hogan was big, I was watching him coming in, fighting. Before he was the big man that he became. Back in the early 80s, when I was a baby kid, went to some wrestling matches in New York. And watched, you know, Superfly Jimmy Snuka. I don't know if you know who that is. Junkyard Dog. You know who that is? You remember that? Junkyard Dog, Superfly Jimmy Snuka. Exactly. Is Charlie getting on, bro? He's playing with me right now. He's been texting me on the PlayStation, telling me how to do this. But he ain't in the damn game. Whatever. I guess we're gonna go with a public, man. I'm gonna be with a random. I gave him 4 minutes. He's almost as bad as Doughboy. I've been testing you, Doughboy. I didn't hit you up all day to see if you were going to be on time and just come on your own accord. That's the truth. Alright, well, we're going to leave without Charlie on this round. Going to the public, man. Good luck. I'm going to tell Brooklyn to fight with the other guy. And me and Doughboy about to go. Me and Cloudy Chip.
Well, what happened with Charlie? He's not in.
I just opened it up to the public. I'm over it. He been texting me about playing, but why you left?
Yo, what happened? I didn't leave. It just kicked me, bro.
Oh, damn. Let me invite you again.
Kicked me. No, I'm here. What the hell was that about, bro?
It doesn't show you here.
I'm here.
Oh, there it is.
I don't know what the hell that was about.
Let me text up Brooklyn.
And I finally got a haircut, man. Damn it, guys. It was like 2 months with no haircut.
Wow.
Me rocking the hat, just like no haircut, no nothing, bro. Finally got a cut like 4 days ago. Thursday. What we Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, today, 4 or 5 days. Yeah.
And you still look scary.
I feel like a new man, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I cut my own stuff lately. I said I've been cutting my own stuff lately. I shaved my head bald, bro. Literally, like 2 months ago, I was like, I might as well shave it all off. Like, I'm gonna be in quarantine. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't that serious.
Let's get it. What is it?
Me and you are supposed to fight each other. I told Sniper to fight the other guy. You want to get into the game chat, talk with these people? Let's go over there. I'm headed over there right now. Yo, mic check. 1, 2. What's up, Greg?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Brooklyn, you got a mic? About to get your ass whipped if you don't. What's good, homie?
What's good?
I'm out here trying to beat some people's asses, man. I ain't playing wrestling in forever, bro. This is like my first time in years. So I'm a rookie, but I think Greg and Brooklyn should fight each other while me and Doughboy battle it.
I only played 2 matches.
Come on,
And I haven't played
motherfuckers.
wrestling games in like 10 years. At least 10 years since PlayStation 1, bro.
Damn.
PlayStation 2, like the beginning of PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1.
I feel like I was one of the originators to create a character, customized character. Back when they first came out, I was doing that like crazy. You remember that, Doughboy?
Yeah.
I used to make my whole family.
Man, that was a long time.
I used to make my whole family in the game. And then do a Royal Rumble. How you win a Hell in a Cell? Just pin or submit somebody?
Yeah.
What?
How do you win a Hell in a Cell?
Pin or submit.
Submit.
No holds bar, baby.
Hopefully they let us climb the cage, bro.
I seen a video where somebody climbed it. I think that's, I don't know how that works, but
Remember there was spots on the cage that you can slam people on and
make them fall
you
through.
know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be in the game still. These guys know more than me. I don't play, so Greg and Brooke could give us all the info.
You a virgin,
Hey, yo.
bro? You getting cherry pop?
Basically. Yo, how do you, when you're down and they keeps kicking you, what's the fastest way to get up?
Reverse.
Just hit triangle?
Yeah.
Yes, triangle.
So what about like, there's no other button to like just move out the way, get up faster?
Yo, don't tell this guy no tips.
Yo, you're hearing the tips too. What are you talking about? Me and Doughboy are new to this. That's why. We're just playing it right now. We just started. So. I want to make sure he was against me so I could bully him a little bit.
Bully me.
We're going to see.
Bro, I gave you such an ass whoop in the last game.
Bro.
That's like a
Yo,
lot.
he had me on the floor kicking me for a half hour. That's all he did.
Bro, then when I had a time, yo, you could have played a Street Fighter match faster than what I did.
Yeah. He just got me with the Stone Cold Stunner. And I didn't know, like, when somebody pins you, you have to hit X twice. Like, XX. Like, it's a weird thing that happened to me. It was like telling me to, every time you pinned, I had to hit X to activate it and then hit X again to hit it on time or something like that. Which I didn't understand.
What's going on? You gotta start the match, man.
Bro, it's loading for me. I don't know what y'all doing.
Yeah, it's loading.
Yeah, it's loading. Steady loading. I don't think it's gonna load.
Really? It freezes like that?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, mine is just stuck, bro. I'm still on the screen watching all the Team 1 and Team 2, and that's where I'm at.
I'm not on even no teams. I'm just loading up to WWE right now.
See, maybe I just wait it out and see what happens.
Might have to start over though.
The worst thing, where I'm at now, I can't restart. I gotta restart the whole
Yeah, me too.
PlayStation now.
Oh, is it stuck? I think it's stuck.
Yeah, I'm just on a loading
I'm
screen.
on my app.
But I don't think it's supposed to load this long.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Let's, I don't know, go back then, I guess.
Just give it a second. I'm gonna see.
You should probably try a triple threat or fatal four-way match.
Yeah, let's do that.
That'll probably help faster.
Oh, that's why, because it's the Hell in a Cell. So it's loading up a lot of content, you think?
Probably, yeah.
No doubt. Well, there goes that. Whoop. Alright, we backing up.
Oh, you let me know what y'all trying to do?
I'm backing out, yo. I'm gonna go to party chat for a second. See if Doughboy comes. So anyway, everybody in my stream, thank you very much for tuning in, rocking with me. I had to represent for the Ultimate Warrior because he's my favorite fighter as a kid, and now,
Yeah, I just reset
yeah, I just started the
the
game over.
game.
I just was
How can I still hear you and you're in game chat?
right now you can't hear me.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, because
right
you went
now.
back to Party Chat.
Oh, I just went back to part. Oh, that's why. Oh, it's still game chat.
All right, we're gonna do a regular 4-on-4. Charlie says he's here. He had to reset his internet, so we're gonna go in and just fool around. I'm gonna go ahead and create a quick lobby. 4-on-4, Fatal 4.
Where's Brooke at? Brooke said he was
I
resetting.
want to do a
right now.
tables, ladders, and chairs. I don't care. Creative.
Nice introduction.
The game's alright, bro. They got some funny ass stuff in here too. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna pull it out right now. You're gonna be laughing when you see it.
Alright, when you're ready, send me the invite.
Yeah. 1 second. Hold on. I'm trying to find something before we go. I'm gonna go ahead and beat this guy. No, I'm not. Trying to find something really, really good before we get started. Let's just go with this one. It's probably not a great setup, but it is what it is. It's a free for all, so everybody's gonna be going to war. Sending Doughboy an invite. Send Charlie one. He's on right now. Then I gotta send Brooklyn one. Brooklyn! Where is... There he is. Alright. Could you see the character I picked, Brolin? Can you see my character at all? Is he not in the game chat? Oh, he's in the game chat. That's why. Smarty. Yo. You see the character I got?
Yo.
Kratos, is that for real? That's not Kratos from God of War.
Yeah, it is, man.
No. It is?
Yeah. Kratos.
How you got cleared up? What?
Guys, he must have made that shit up. Get out of here.
Yo, I'm pulling out the gods, bro. I'm pulling out the gods out here.
Pulling out the gods.
It's going down. It's going down. Now these are
It's gonna be
what's pretty cool about it is that this game allows you to download other people's creations. So I can upload a character I make, and then somebody else can download it. So there's a lot of famous people on a list in the download area, and I downloaded a couple funny ones. I thought this was funny. He's a low character though. He's not high character. He's an 84, but just to have him and mess with him, I thought, why not? It's a cool little feature.
Charlie Murphy. No, it's Charlie Murder.
All right, so we got Charlie in here. We got Brooke.
Yo, I'm hyped, man. It's been years since I touched a wrestling game. Man.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm hyped right now.
I try to put a tables, ladders, and chairs because
I heard they canceled 2K21.
They did.
yeah. So this one failed at the start. Basically, it had a lot of glitches and bugs, and the reputation was bad. So I think they said, you know what, we got to chill out, figure this out, get better, so we can improve. So that's basically what they did.
Nah, but not only that, but they got 2K. 2K coming back out with a football game.
They got a golf game too.
Same. like, wow, these guys are really trying to take over.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're gonna be able to take down Madden, but hey, man, it's worth a shot. And Madden's been, and mind you, they almost did 2K5 NFL was pretty good, but Madden got that licensing deal, bro, and getting that.
Nah, I just think overall the way the industry works, did you?
Yo.
Oh, here it is.
I'm here.
Yo, let me beat up Doughboy. Which one's Doughboy? Let me beat him up for a little bit. Is he Goldberg? Let me beat this little guy's ass. There you go. Slam his ass, bro. Let's jump his ass, bro. Ah! Oh, damn.
Who the hell got Kratos?
That's me. That's me being stupid.
Oh, who was what?
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you know you're attacking me. That shit was tight. Got him. He used all his reverses. Oh.
Oh, how do I? When it goes, when it's a triangle, but it has yellow, what are you supposed to do? Hold it?
Nah, just press it.
Okay.
Yeah, you just press it when you use the Q2.
See, I just can't get up. Oh, okay, Goldberg. That's how you feel.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, hell no. There you go. How do you win this match, by the way?
Pinfall. What's this, take the letter?
Yeah.
What is DQ? Yeah, you just pin.
Just a regular pin. I'm taking a break out here, bro. I'm hurting.
Oh, my man is out here whipping everything. I gotta get used to playing this on.
Yeah, Charlie.
Beautiful standing switch into the.
Who's that?
There you go.
Oh, that's how you feel.
How do I put this inside?
R1, hold R1. You should be able
Oh, he's the moment driving me in the
You
middle
little-
of the ring. I do not like that at all.
It'd be acting retarded sometimes when you're trying to put items in the ring.
What?
Can't pick it up. Oh, wait, we could get the money too, right? I remember that.
Sounds cliche, but you need eyes in the back of your head. You don't know who's going to drop the.
I don't know how to put this in there, man. It's not working. There it is. Let's go.
It can be used as a weapon. It's like you paint a picture with your analysis.
Come on, you try to hit me. I try to put.
Oh, suplex. There it is. Tables. Can you put two tables on top of each other in this game?
I'm not sure. Oh, no.
Nice. Let me get out the ring. Oh, no.
Oh, damn, Goldberg, you just gonna swing on me like that?
Come
on, Kratos.
Yo, Kratos getting his ass whipped by some mortals.
Set you up right here real quick.
I'm about to put you with something crazy. What's
I'm getting about this ring.
Wait, hold on, what is?
Wow, look at that move. Damn.
Hold on before you.
Uh-oh, they put it.
Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, you didn't give me a.
Can I find another table somewhere?
Under the mat, I think. Under the
Damn it.
What? Where is that happening?
There it is.
Got him.
Oh, let me go ahead and set that up for you. Go ahead, have a little fun.
You know I'm about to do that. You missed. It's game over for you, bro.
Damn.
I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Nah, come on, Kratos. You gotta get some of this.
Oh. No.
No, Goldberg. Don't run. No.
Oh, that's game. Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm getting my ass whipped now.
Oh, shit, Kratos.
Oh, see you later.
How you pick people up off the ground like that?
Right stick up.
Call your friends, let them know what's going on
Oh, yeah.
now in this awesome match.
Yo, why don't y'all fight each other? Let me beat this dude Goldberg's ass. Like when y'all,
Goldberg is over this bitch.
he's getting smacked, bro.
Smacking me like a bitch.
Damn,
like
son.
that?
How many times, bro?
Oh, I'm about to fuck.
I'm about to pin this dude. I can't even pick him up.
Oh, you done threw me to the chair. Crazy.
No,
Yeah,
why
first
did
is
it?
up there. If you hold it, it'll like throw a strong grapple.
Oh, okay. I forgot that.
Yeah, you gotta do
Can I
the
jump
salt
over?
grab.
Can I jump over? No, I can't jump over. Yee, I
Man,
ain't.
you guys are destroying me, bro. I'm getting my ass whipped.
Y'all know who's in the ring. Y'all know who's in the ring. Y'all know
Who's
who's
that
in the
supposed to
ring.
be anyways?
Oh, this not even. I'm mad because
I'm out this bit hurt.
I don't think I'm the door guard. Resiliency on this. Maybe they're gonna come fight me.
Trying to bring out the chair.
I'm trying to bring it all out.
You might got a
I
chair
wanna
just
I wanna
now.
get 3 tables
You
in
might got
there,
a chair
bro.
just
I
now.
wanna put a table on top of a table.
You gonna try to fight me for it? You gonna try to fight me for it? You gonna try to fight me for it?
Yo boy about to
Oh
get stomped.
my God.
See you later. Oh, he reversed my move. No, he did.
Yeah, I did.
Reverse! Oh my God. Top of the cage.
Yeah, get out there.
Yo, somebody get this guy Goldberg.
Baron Corbin is giving the crowd a
Look at
show.
that.
He needs to make sure he understands what really matters.
Hey, Kratos, you like you need a little readjustment to your face.
Yeah, they did a good job on Kratos. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, you threw me in the ring?
Hey, Goldberg, come here.
That gives new meaning to have a seat.
I need a break.
Wow, really? Jeez, that guy's a destroyer.
What you about to do with that? What you about to do with that, huh? What you about
Ah,
to do
you
with this?
thought you thought you had me, my boy. I got some for you though. I got some for you though. I got some for you.
Yo, how do I get in the damn things in the bottom?
I got some
No.
for you.
What? Yo, I literally reversed. So he's not gonna reverse. Oh my God.
Oh, there you go.
He gonna just throw me on my. He gonna throw me. Oh, he's swinging me like.
I think I'm figuring it out.
I know you're gonna reverse. Oh my God.
Why didn't making us look
reverse.
at someone else?
Reverse.
There you go. There you
Reverse.
go.
No.
Hey, yo, Goldberg, chill.
Yo, I swear to God, reverse that, bruh. Don't do it, don't do it. Oh, you're not about to keep kicking me like that.
I ain't playing games no more, bro. Get out of here.
How do I set this chair up?
Oh!
You picked the chair with L1.
No, how do I set the ladder up? Like if I want to make a stand so we can jump off of
Set
it.
it up, I think it's RX, whole X.
Nice.
Up the ladder goes.
You like you hurt, cuz. Let me help y'all there.
Climbing up the ladder.
There we go.
Oh shit, Goldberg took that bitch from me.
Pull it down.
I don't know about you guys, but this looks like quite a gamble
Got
to
him.
take at this point in the match.
I agree with you. Gonna reach out and try to grab the briefcase.
How am I supposed to get this?
Perhaps some wishful thinking going on there, Michael.
I don't even know who I'm playing with.
Come on, the clock's ticking.
Looking to steal a win here. This is highway robbery.
Huge spot in this match right here, guys. He's trying for it. Guys, I'll be amazed if this is where the match ends.
He reversed it. Oh my God.
Yo, the game is glitchy because I can't see what y'all doing.
Hey, he could win it here. Doesn't appear to have a good handle on it.
Reach. You never know. This
Oh!
Okay.
He hit you with that spine buster. Get up.
Y'all just gonna let me whoop on Goldberg like this?
Get up. I know you could. Come on. Come on. I know you could get. Yeah.
He's got a
Yeah.
hold of it. It seems a bit early to be going for the win, if you ask me. Not if they can win.
Get up.
A win here would be a
Get
bit of a
up.
surprise. A shock. Hey, you
Let's
missed
go.
100% of the shots you
Matter of fact, I don't even know my other. What's my other?
Hey guys, I don't know how to grab this thing up top here. How do you grab it when you get up to the top of the ladder?
Got him! Whoa, wait. Why didn't you? Yeah, he was trying his hardest to hit me, bro. Watch how I reverse this. Watch how I reverse this. Watch how I reverse this. Nope. Come here.
Really? God, oh man.
Yo, how can I? Whoa. Wait. Hold on. Am I bugging?
Turning the momentum to his
Game's all glitchy right now.
all going his way right about now.
Get out the way.
Oh, wow.
Yo, you.
Ain't nobody gonna stop me. Ain't nobody gonna come stop me.
Yo, the game glitched. Oh, I'm about
Somebody
to say.
glitch.
I'm hurt bad. What happened to Doughboy?
I don't know, but I'm trying to see something here.
Ah, there you go.
Ain't nobody gonna stop me.
No, why would you?
Ain't nobody gonna stop me. I'm up here about to get this money. Ain't nobody gonna stop me.
I don't even know. I think the game is there's like a bug on it because everything you guys are saying you're doing, I'm not seeing that. Doughboy's out the ring. It's only me and I think this is Brooke.
Let out the ring. I'm in
So
the
I was in
ring.
the ring.
That's what I'm saying. It's weird right now.
No, how you keep working me like this?
The game might be glitched.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, glitched. I wouldn't even put past it. Wait, are y'all still
I'm
fighting?
fighting Barrow. I think it is. I think it.
Wait, y'all still fighting? Yeah, the game is definitely glitched if y'all still fighting.
Yeah, it's glitch.
Now I'm outside the ring.
Yeah, cause I just won the match.
Oh, really?
How did you win the match?
Me and these guys are still in
Like,
here.
on my screen, I got the money.
What?
Yeah, man, must have been
He's bringing
glitched.
it back inside the
Hold
ring
on,
now.
man.
I can't even. Oh
Outta
my.
here, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, I kid you not. I'm just sitting here on top of the ladder with the
I
money in my
can't
hand.
give up that easy,
Elbows
bro.
right now.
I'm gonna reverse this again, bro.
Like,
You keep.
I kid you not. I'm sitting on the ladder with the money.
Yeah, you won. You're gonna have to redo this whole thing. Do a different one, just a regular fight,
Hey.
because. Right.
Hey, start up the jump.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm gonna back out and invite y'all. Well, that happened. Basically, the game just bugged out on us. Probably that specific mode is a pain. But we're gonna go with a 4-way, and we're gonna keep it Battle Royale. I'm gonna change this up a little bit. Let's see what happens here. Battle Royale, just straight up battle. Let's see if this works out. I'm gonna go ahead and be this character now. I know they're gonna be like, really? It's gonna be hilarious. Oh man. Alright. So far so good. I mean, that little glitch was the issue, but the game's fun. And it's just a matter of dealing with that type of stuff.
Yeah, man, I'm hot. I'm hot right now.
You hot? No, you ain't.
I'm hot. I am hot right now. Yo, and I'm still. Yo, I held my own. Get it twisted, boy. Don't get it
Yeah, but we
twisted.
were all like bugging out on that game. I don't know what was happening. I don't know. We'll see what's up. It was a good little run. It's a good little run. We're gonna try again right now. Yo, wait.
That was weird.
Wait till
bro.
y'all see my character right now.
Let's see who I'm gonna go with. You got Stone
I
Cold.
got the myth, the legend.
Yeah,
bro.
he's a beast.
Who I'm rocking right now. Yo, and that guy, as old as he is, that nigga's still jacked, bro.
Which one?
Stone Cold, bro.
Right now?
Guy's good right now. At his age right now, he's still.
I didn't see. I think they put him in the Hall of Fame, didn't they, recently? What's going on, Snick Snack? No, I think he just got like nominated last year, this year.
Rock too. The Rock is definitely Rock is jacked too.
Yeah, no, the Rock's ridiculous. All that creatine. All that creatine.
In order to maintain all, you gotta eat like a monster, bro, to maintain that. There's no way you can maintain that in
Yeah, for sure.
like small portions. There's no way, bro.
Yeah, when I was working out and I was
You
I
gotta
was
eat
getting
like a
fit,
monster.
and I started getting a little bit of Jack, and this was like baby Jack. This is like normal cut up type of thing that I had. I was eating a lot protein just to have that type of weight. I was like 200 pounds, but with a lot of muscle. And they said Stone Cold was inducted in 2006. Wow. Okay. Well, we got a random player we're gonna put in here, guys, because Charlie said he had to do something.
Oh,
He didn't want to take no L's.
yeah.
Thank you for the information. Give us more intel and details. We don't know about this stuff too much. I haven't played wrestling in a while. Me and Doughboy here. Brooklyn, you play this a lot?
Nah.
When it came out, though, because you got a level 94 character?
Oh, I created all
Oh,
of these.
okay. Are you Batman? Yeah, I'm Batman.
Are you Batman?
Wait, somebody, I hear somebody, but
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
hello?
Hello? I hear somebody, but I don't.
It's loading them, probably.
Yeah, I hear them, but I don't see nothing.
It is loading. I don't know who that is. Who that is?
No mercy on these little kids, bro.
Beat them down.
They eat, sleep, play these games, bro. I've seen young kids, bro, put in work.
Yeah, there's a lot of great.
Not in wrestling game, but in those, like in Call of Duty and those shooter games, bro. They be
Nah, I don't play Call of Duty.
Fortnite. Nah, no mercy, bro.
I play Fortnite.
Yeah.
Well, it won't let me put my character.
Just pick anybody.
I did. You see where it says Brooklyn Sniper 3? Allow me to edit.
Huh?
Yeah, for Brooklyn Sniper 3, it allows me to edit. So I pick my player, but like, it says invite a friend, but
How is that possible?
oh, now, alright, now.
Let me invite Brooklyn again.
I didn't pick my player. Now, the Brooklyn Sniper 3 guy, he has to come back.
Yeah, no, I can't invite him. It's not letting me. So this is a good time to ask the kid about wrestling right now. Do you watch wrestling?
Yes.
Who's the best wrestler right now?
So right now, alright, the best player, I think the best player is Roman Reigns, but Braun Strowman dominates people. But you see, Seth Rollins is the World Universal Championships.
What's his name again?
Who?
Seth, you said?
World Championship.
Oh, Seth Rollins.
Seth Rollins. I don't know any of these guys.
So see, it doesn't let me. Now whoever Wolf_China65 is, see he came, so now it won't let me play. Oh, it lets me edit him.
Should be loading right now into the game, guys.
Yeah, it's loading right now. Where's Brooklyn?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not to be mean, but Cap. Is what it is.
Huh?
Nah. But yeah, so I gotta learn about this stuff. I don't know if I'll ever get back into wrestling. I love going to wrestling matches. Took my son and my nephew to a wrestling match, and I forgot how good it was to see it live because they're flipping. You watch it on TV, you don't see how amazing it is. But when you're in person and you see someone jump off the ropes, jump over the ropes into the floor, doing all these stunts that are not easy. They're really throwing their bodies around. It might be fake as far as who wins and if they hate each other. You know, that's just the show. But the actual wrestling is impressive when you watch it live.
The fact that the Shield used to take over until Seth Rollins stabbed him in the back. They got back together and he never stabbed him in the back again. And then Roman Reigns had leukemia and he had it for like a year. So he had to give up the Universal Champion and Seth got it. And they came back together, but then Dean Ambrose left the WWE.
Yeah, because Dean Ambrose is in AEW, which is All Elite Wrestling now. He's in there with Chris Jericho.
I remember Chris Jericho.
Yeah.
I'm just an old man who hasn't played wrestling. I mean, watched wrestling in forever. So all this is all new to me. I only go to the wrestling matches to watch for my son and my nephew. I took him a few times, but
This thing is taking man long.
does this normally take forever to load in? Because it's loading right now.
Because you see, it's whoever Wolf underscore channel 65 is, like, it would let me edit his character. Like, I would pick this dude. I don't know who the hell he is.
It won't let me pick H2O. It's hilarious.
Yeah, we're gonna have to reset. Alright, kids. Y'all be good. So that is a flaw in the game. We already found a flaw in the game, which is the lack of matchmaking. A lot of issues in there just trying to set up. I think I'm just going to go me and Doughboy real quick again. Just because now we got a feel for it. We played like 2 matches. I mostly got my ass whipped on both matches, but it's alright. H2O Fire. Is that a wrestler named H2O? Hydrate.
Oxide.
When I was a kid, me and my friend Danelle, he was a big giant black kid who was my best friend of all time when I was little. And every day we'll wrestle. We had a mat, we had everything. We'll wrestle every day. But we used to fight for real. We'll beat each other up physically. Black and blues. We was just fist fight and wrestle at the same time. Like, it was really, I don't know what was wrong with us. But the point behind that story,
I remember.
You don't remember? I think you were in like Puerto Rico, probably. I don't know.
I remember slamming my brother's head up against the chair while we were wrestling. He came out with a big lump on his head, bro. We used to hurt each other, bro.
Yeah.
I remember picking him up, doing the Triple H's special move on him, but his head was a little too down, cracked his head. The Tombstone did that on him, cracked his head. I was like, yo, that was bad, bro.
Yeah, no, so what I wanted to say with that story was, what happened was, we dreamed of wrestling. We're like, we're going to make a wrestling team. He was going to be Shotgun because he was so big and strong, and I was going to be, Machine Gun because I was so fast. It was so hilarious back in those days. I'm gonna invite you right now, Doughboy. That was the name of our wrestling group duo, and we had special moves where I would do something fast, you do something slow. We had all this set up like literally professional wrestlers. We practiced our moves on every players. It was hilarious. But we were so violent just thinking about it. Like, me and him used to beat each other up every day. It was a lot of body shots, you know. Alright, you ready, Doughboy?
I'm ready, bro.
Give me tips for the game. Yes. Me and Doughboy are learning as we go. This is our 3rd match, I think. And, he's gassed up because he beat me once. I beat him once, I think. I don't remember.
No, you didn't. That don't count.
And then we played with other people, which was glitching out a little bit. So now this is a straight up one-on-one. We're gonna see who got what. A no holds bar matchup. Anything goes, baby. And I'm Batman.
Yo, that Batman looks legit.
Yeah, man, they do a lot of these. I just downloaded a couple silly ones I thought it'd be funny to have.
That looks legit. I ain't gonna lie. I like it.
What is the reversal thing? Oh, wait a minute. How many reversals do you have? Where do you see how many reversals they have?
In just a few short minutes. As we all know, guys, Philadelphia fans are among the toughest to impress, but I'm willing to bet these superstars will have
Look
them
at
on their feet.
Batman! Oh! Oh, wrong way. Okay, I see. Cool. Now that thank you for that. Look at that. I already got a perfect person on my chat telling me the rules. Get off me, Batman. I'm Batman. Who's the greatest Batman? That's the question of the day. Who did the greatest job? Huh? Who do you consider the greatest Batman?
Amazing reflexes on display. No, another reversal. Neither one of
Oh no, is he doing a special already? No.
beautiful swinging neck break.
His move is a
In the course of his
spiral
career,
thing like that.
Goldberg has put away some of the WWE's
Oh my
most
gosh.
fearsome competitors in a matter of minutes,
See, I just can't.
sometimes seconds. Is bringing them
I
back
can't
to
reverse. There was no reverse right there.
strategy
The,
here.
the button has to show up.
Goldberg is built for explosive offense, shock and awe. Stretching this match out for the long haul can't be part of the plan.
Batman.
He's getting a little battered now. He had
Toma, Batman. Ah, look at you, Batman.
neck snap.
Ooh, treading all over their
Let me show you my Robin. He's waiting for me to do a move.
Out the up.
There you go.
I'm trying to get up.
Get up.
He's fighting hard and it's
Get up.
paying off. The advantage is squarely in his corner.
Get up.
Oh, what a snap there. Perfectly executed.
Toma. Just destroying this poor guy. Oops. I didn't mean that. Too late. How do I throw someone to the ropes? How do I throw someone to the ropes?
Rocking the jaw.
I need to know. One hit. Don't you say about Batman?
Vicious, aggressive attacks.
Come on, bro.
In
Batman.
this match. But one question's going to be, who will capitalize on those moves the best?
Woo!
Over the top, man.
Look at him. He's stumbling over there. He get one chance. No, 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 ref.
Get in there, ref.
Damn. This ref ain't got no love for me, dog.
Omhando applied.
That's a beautiful move.
Oh, wow. Face first.
Nice. Just kicking my ass. Oh, reverse! This guy. Great work so far.
Here we go.
No, he didn't.
Ooh, tough with the super.
I ain't gonna lie, he's whipping my ass. Thing is, it's not popping up for reversing. So every single time, he's just getting the move. It's ridiculous. There we go.
Oh, what a crash.
Batman. Shout out for the follow.
The drama.
Shout out to friends coming through. Shout out to all the advice
Let's go.
that y'all giving me.
Inside the ring now.
I need it right now. Doughboy's just destroying me right now. No, he didn't. No, ref, get me up. Ref.
To take a chance all the way for the top.
Got him, ref.
All right.
See you later. Next. Game over.
He's got him covered.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Oh my gosh.
And the legend of Goldberg continues.
Great reverse. Damn it. Can I reverse something for once?
I'm not sure how he's even standing.
Alright, now I'm mad.
Close right to the back of the neck.
This dude just does power suplexes.
That will get your attention. Great reversal. I gotta say, I'm impressed. And what a reversal from Goldberg.
Let's go. Let's get it.
Batman is getting his ass whipped by Goldberg.
Let's get it. Watch this, guys. Let's get it.
Not happening.
Setting him up. Here it comes.
Come on, this is it. This is a spiral or whatever it's called. Jackhammer, that's what it's called.
Game-ending move. Checkmate. Did you guys feel that too?
He went to the other side of the ropes. Idiot. How do I get up? Somebody get me up.
Shoulders down.
Wow. Wow. I just lost. Ah!
Wow. Let's go. That's two, guys. That's
Shout out to
two.
Goldberg.
Take no
I'm gonna pick a real fighter.
Go
I'm gonna pick a
ahead.
real
Keep
fighter.
a
I gotta
record.
stop fooling around with these custom
What you
casts.
mean? Batman was a real fighter.
Yeah,
bro.
alright.
Fighting all villains.
He was like a level 80. I got my ass whipped.
I don't know about that.
I got you on the reversal thing. Now I know. That's a good tip. Shout out to my chat. Doughboy gonna come over here and try to steal our moves. Alright, we're gonna play again.
Listen, bro, you need all the help you can get. So you just let them keep feeding you whatever they want to feed, bro.
That's how you feel?
Alright, what it is, let's get
I'm gonna go old school, but I'm gonna go with somebody that people underestimated, who was one of the greatest. Feel like he's an underrated fighter. One of the most technically sound wrestlers I ever saw in my lifetime. Right now, we're about to see. Oh, hell no! This dude brought out the Giant, bro. I should have brought out the old school Giant. Andre the Giant versus Big Show. Appreciate the sub. Look at that, Richard with the sub. I appreciate you, buddy. If you're here, man, I love you, man. Thank you for coming through. Hope you're doing good.
The Hart family. Let me tell you, I shook hands with the Big Show, and afterwards, I couldn't hold a pen for hours. Saxton, you're a liar. The Big Show would never shake your hand. Get right to the next section.
Pick that.
What a sequence.
This dude's so big. He's abusive. I'm getting out of here.
Why you running? Why you running, bro?
He's too big. He's too big. What the hell? Sucker.
Why you running? Come in the ring right now. I say come in
I
now.
can't. I'm trying to get a weapon.
That's what I'm gonna do to you.
Gentlemen, we see a strategy often developed from Big Show's opponents, where they target
You're
his
gonna get a
legs
weapon
and try
back.
to chop the Giant from the base.
Come on, bro.
This is really the most
Come on, side.
effective method of attack.
Man up.
We do see it time and time again. If you can get Big Show off his vertical base,
Ah!
nullify his height advantage.
No, no.
Just end up irritating
Yes, no. No, ref, call a foul. Yo, ref, call a foul.
Oh, shows no mercy. In that poor chair. It looks like a twisted heel. Aggravating the Big Show is not something you want to
Oh,
do.
no, no, he didn't. He's bringing out the big guns.
Legs only boils up all of Big Show's rage and fuels a KO punch. Well, the fact of the matter is,
Sheesh. No, 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 that's not happening. Get down.
but I don't even think Paul Bunyan can chop down those tree trunks. The steps connect. That hurt me just watching. And there's the reversal from Big Show. An impressive series of moves.
Damn it.
Looks like nobody's budging, Cole.
Aha. Oh, good kick.
On the mark. If Bret Hart is your opponent, you
What
get
the?
one thing front and
He
center
stepped
in
on me, bro.
the sharpshooter.
This is really a no-holds brawl right now.
Legendary submission.
You have to focus on everything that leads to the sharpshooter. Brett spends a lot of time in the match working your legs.
Open
and
that up.
back
Press
to
R1,
set the
L1.
sharpshooter. So keep your lower body protected.
Not that. No.
Oh, getting crushed inside.
It's destroying me.
Let's go, let's go. Bro, let me play, bro. Oh, I see what happened. Oh, wow,
Return to
here we go.
features, clean up
Can't even get this guy on the floor. That's how difficult he is.
neck breaker.
I'm going to go ahead and open this up. Let's get some action going in here. Make this interesting. Turn this into a real old school style wrestling. What you want to do? What a cheetah.
A striking blow.
Hey, how do you do a whip, guys? How do you do an Irish whip?
Let's not do
Big
that.
Show
I need some help.
and made him pay.
How you throw him to the ropes like that? He's did what I wanted to do. Oh, hell no. Not happening.
There's the reversal from Bret Hart.
I can't pick this fat boy up.
Damn, bro, too big.
Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is real life. I like it. Oh, my goodness. Folks, that's crazy.
He's not looking great.
I'm definitely getting my ass whipped right now.
Man,
Don't count me out, though. Don't count me out. Oh, you got me. Oh, oh, we really taking it outside, baby. Come on, let's go. I got a break. I got to get a break. What's out here?
Let's take a look and see.
Oh, I could stand on this.
That's really running.
Ah, you want some action? Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Is this what you wanted? Take that. Stay down, fat boy. Don't get up. If you get up, I'm going to double whip your butt. Now you're just going to get his ass whipped for the rest of the night. Yo, guys, I'm not looking at the chat because I'm trying to win this match. I got a giant. I ain't giving up. I'm going to do some more damage.
Michael, that gives new meaning to have a seat. Check out Bret Hart's offense.
He's hurt. Don't get up.
How impressive is that reversal?
I'm just going to abuse this and hit him with everything
Yeah, let's go,
in the
bro.
game.
I got-
Don't stop. Get it, get it. Yo, Rich, what's good, bro? I hope you're doing well, man. I love you, broski. I appreciate you so much.
What happened?
Sekiro, yes. I mean, Ghost, we definitely got to play. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, no, he don't even feel that.
Talk about taking out the trash.
Bang, baby. I'm destroying this guy now. I'm about to do the Irish whip on him. Oh, he's done. How do I slam him into the table and keep him in there? That's what I want to know.
Get it, bro. I don't got time for you, bro.
Ghost of Tsushima, though, we got to play for sure.
Go to Tsushima's off the hook, bro.
This dude's getting his ass whipped so bad, he quit. Look at this. I pick up another weapon. Stay down. Stay down, little boy. You know what's funny? I got hit by one of those, and it doesn't hurt. It's like a big, heavy-duty sting. It's like a weird type of... It's like a sting, and then it stays forever. It's like, oh, man. This dude is just getting his ass whipped right now. So, how do I throw someone to the table and then slam them? That's what the chat needs to tell me about.
The chat's gonna tell you a lot.
I need to learn. So I'm gonna throw him to the table. Or how do I finish that off right there?
Let's get it.
There it is. That's what I want. Damn it. Oh, it ain't. Throw him on there.
I don't know how to drag drag you.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Man, inverted backbreaker. Ow.
There you go.
Bret Hart is
That's it. It's going down, baby. Hold R2 and press X. Okay. Oh, I got him into submission. Is he going to give up? I don't know how to do this.
Sharpshooter. Submission hold locked in.
He was talking
Sharpshooter
about
blocked.
submission.
He reversed it.
It's not over yet.
Oh.
He thought he was
He's
going to
talking
tap,
about
Cole.
submission, bro.
I don't know how
Get off
there's
me.
anything left in these superstars' bodies. Yeah, the tank
What
is
game
being
are you
emptied
playing?
tonight.
I don't know what game you're playing, but you haven't touched me this whole time.
I just did a submission
On who?
on you.
Oh, bro. That's
This
not
game is
true.
glitching like that?
It must be. You haven't touched me this whole time.
That's crazy. Bro, I've been beating you down this whole time.
Dominating cross-body. Excellent execution from Hitman. If he keeps
I
this
just
up,
won
the
right
sharpshooter
now.
could be
There's
on
no
the
way.
cycle.
I just won, bro.
Do another
Look at
submission
my
to you.
stream, I just won.
He's got the sharpshooter. Brett's got the
I just
sharpshooter
won.
locked in.
This thing is glitching
I
hard.
got
bro.
you. You gave up.
What's his opponent gonna do?
I didn't give up. I just won you.
He's in trouble.
I'm doing the charging finish right now. So the game's glitchy then.
Bro,
This could be the
it's
beginning of the
glitchy
end.
as hell, bro.
Hey, how do I submit here, guys?
Uh-oh, in the clutches. Sharpshooter's locked in. Hart is cranking it with
Nah, this
everything
is not
he's
good
got.
representation,
Is his
bro. I
opponent
was
gonna
whipping
tap out?
ass.
Check out Bret Hart's offense.
Can't be.
Oh, I got to do it in the ring. Okay, that makes sense. Hey, Roland, meet me in the ring. I'm getting out of here.
I already won.
No way. Everybody's watching my stream.
I did. I just pinned you. Yeah, this thing is off hard, bro. Something's up big time.
And
Something's
he's
up big
heading
time,
back
bro.
in.
Check my stream out so you can see I'm not bullshitting.
Got to do it in the ring. All right, let's rewind this. So, Rich, I did see the Ghost of Tsushima. It is going to be probably my favorite game this year. I'm the most excited about that one. Then after that, it's a battle between The Last of Us, which is very dope, and Cyberpunk, which is going to be crazy. I'm probably going to play a lot of Cyberpunk because the world is ridiculous. But those are my 3 that are the biggest games out that I'm going to be interested in the most.
Yo, bro, I just
Bro,
won,
I'm waiting for you in the ring.
Bro, look at my stream.
I'm in the middle of this match.
Check my stream out. I'm literally waiting for you right now.
I'm in the ring waiting for you, and you're outside the ring. That's what I'm looking at. So this game definitely has some bugs.
No, some bugs. That's a big, huge bug. That's a huge one.
Yeah, it's definitely big.
It's different if you have little bugs, like, you know, but for you to be telling me you're still fighting and I already won,
Yep.
there's definitely something going on, bro. And you haven't submitted me at all. I was whipping your
Yeah, I
ass.
see you're in the ring. I'm watching you. For those that want to see what he's doing, let me go ahead and open up his stream real quick.
Yeah, man,
So this
I
is
don't know
his
what's going
visual.
on.
He's standing there in the center. I
Man,
am.
never
look.
stops.
I'm moving right now.
No, I see you. I see your stream. Anyway, so I guess we're backing out of this. All right, so you want to try something real quick? It's gonna be share play. The reason I want to do it is because we could do a little Royal Rumble. You heard? Can you hear me, Doughboy? Oh wait. Let me go into party chat. Yo, if you could hear me, bro, come into game chat. Party chat. I mean. But yeah, so there was a lot of bugs and glitches there. But Rich, what's been going on with you, Rich? Hit me up, man. Talk to me, dog.
Yo, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right
Yo,
back.
wait up. Before you go to share play real quick.
I gotta crack the seal real quick. Give me 1 sec.
Share play or play together? Is it play together? Y'all need to teach me. Play together is a feature that makes it easier to play online with multiplayer. You can play, create a session, invite a player if the game supports play together automatically. I think this is the one we're supposed to do. Create new game session and invite players. Host it. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Alright, so basically what we're gonna try to do is this feature for PlayStation. You can't play Royal Rumbles in this game online because it's 30 players. It's ridiculous. So what is gonna happen is me and Doughboy are gonna get in there and we're going to hopefully link up and play. Let me go ahead and be this character. Now I'm waiting for Doughboy. Oh wait, what am I doing? Picked the wrong match. What the hell?
Get it, I'm back.
Yeah, I think I did the wrong thing. I'm trying to do a Royal Rumble, bro.
Let's get it.
Go into my invite on the play. Go to the PlayStation Store thing. Go to Play Together real quick.
PlayStation Store.
I mean the PlayStation Party.
Notifications.
No, we're gonna go. Don't go to the one that I just sent you. Go to this new one that I'm sending you right now. All right, so we're gonna do share play. He's gonna end up playing on with my setup. So you gotta go to share play here. If on 12, no doubt. You say you've been good, just trying to stay sane during this pandemic. Yeah, man, I feel you.
They're connecting and share play, but we gotta make sure that we can do it.
Yeah, we could do it.
How laggy is it going to be? Alright, I'm watching you.
Alright, so you're watching me, so I'm gonna go into the menu.
A screen other than the game screen is displayed. The host must operate the system. Go to party screen. Okay.
I'm sending you an invite right now so you can play with me. There you go. Alright, get in here. Now you select your character. There you go. Select your character. Alright, so we're about to do a Royal Rumble. I'm about to be right there, Joker. Go up, be the Joker. We should have put Batman and the Joker. Damn, that would have been legendary. Oh man. Yo, it's a Royal Rumble, don't worry. And be number 2 in the Royal Rumble. Number 2 after you confirm. Alright, hold on. Don't press anything. Change participants. We're going to do a classic match. It's going to take a couple seconds, so it's a good time to go on a little mini break. We're going to put in the old school players in the history. Yeah, do your thing. Macho Man is in here. We're trying to get all the best players. You say you're trying to stay sane, Rich. My thing is this, Rich. This is a good time to really gather yourself and become better overall as a man. For your mind and your heart and your spirit, this is a good time. So the pandemic isn't the problem. It's about us getting to the right place. Dusty Rhodes, I remember him. Damn, there's a lot of classic guys in here. We're gonna definitely throw Goldberg in there. It's gonna take a little bit of a while, but I really want to just have a Royal Rumble memories of the good old days. I am gonna throw John Cena in there, even though he's fairly new. John Cena.
I'm back.
Yeah. Jake the Snake. Nobody know about that guy.
It's gonna take a minute.
Nah, just yeah. I got a couple guys. I'm trying to make sure we got the old school guys in here. That's why. Mankind. Sheesh.
Kevin Nash.
Yeah, I don't know. There's gonna be so many that I don't want to put in.
Kurt Angle.
I don't want to put in kinda guys.
Big
I want to
man.
put in like the top dogs from the good old days. Take this guy out. Where did we get to? Kurt Angle?
Yeah, he was in case. Mark Henry's a legend.
Yeah. Hold on though. There's a lot more out here. Look at that, Ric Flair.
Ric Flair.
Woo! Did we make it an R already? I guess we did.
Matt Hardy.
The Rock. The Rock with the shirt. I don't know what that's supposed to be about. So the way this is going to work is that me and Doughboy might get eliminated, but we're going to switch the characters each time and be somebody else right after. That's why I'm putting all these legends to make it fun. Old school retro style. I know Doughboy, Cloudy Chip doesn't probably remember half of these guys. A little young, you know. He's
Most of them.
huh?
Most of them. Unless you start going all the way back.
I'm going back. I'm not going that back, but they don't have the ones that were the originals. Shawn Michaels.
Michaels. Edge is good. Booker T, he's new. I mean, old.
Not that old.
What are you talking about? Undertaker.
Yeah.
Old.
Trying to go way back. I'm just going backwards. I feel like it might be easier.
Sting was old.
Sting for sure was a beast. They don't got Rey Mysterio in here, huh? Oh, look at him right here. He's not old, but I like him.
He is old.
Nah, that's like 10 years ago.
10 years ago? Nah, you bugging.
Kurt Angle.
Longer than that.
Alright, we might as well have put some of the guys.
Sting 99, that's classic.
Yeah, I remember that. Triple H, wow. You didn't have Triple H in here? Oh wait, we did already. Alright, that's it. So now make a request. Who else should we put that I forgot? Because you're going to be one of these characters. Everybody in the chat can add someone.
Kurt Angle, Rikishi.
Is Rikishi in this game? We're going to put Barack. Somebody called him out earlier. We got Big Show in here already. Al. I don't know who Ricky is. That's a... Never heard of that guy.
Andre the Giant.
Huh?
Andre the Giant.
Is he in here?
Yeah, he passed us.
Where is he?
You saw him.
I'm looking at the Giant. Maybe Andre. Oh, there he is. Wow.
Right there.
He's going to be one of the last ones in also, so that's going to be real tough. Alright, I think that's it. We gotta figure out a couple more guys. We can go back to the ones that I skipped earlier.
Jeff Hardy.
Where is he?
King.
Oh, there he is. Righty. Dusty Rhodes. Let's get Dusty Rhodes in there. He was actually a pretty good fighter. He was like a fluffy guy, but... Who else you got, Roland? Oh, I didn't put Kane in there?
Kevin Nash.
That's it. I think we got it.
Scott, I forgot his name. His name was Scott something. He's kisses,
Scott Hall?
he's always kisses muscles.
Yeah, that's Razor Ramon. I got him in here, but in a different version. Alright, so we have 30 classic retro players. I can't think of anything else. These are literally the late 80s or early 90s type of fighters. Some 2000 fighters. It's pretty crazy. And me and Doughboy, if y'all can keep track of how many times I get kicked out and how many times he gets kicked out, whoever has the least kicks out will win the game as far as both of us. But we're going to keep switching characters back and forth the whole time. So that's the plan.
This is what, Royal Rumble?
Yeah, this is a Royal Rumble. Alright, so we did that. Momentum, fast, entrance, on, why not? Created characters, allowed. And that's it. I think we got it, guys. It's going on. You said I got 2 Kurt Angles? Did I? Let me see. 2 Kurt Angles. Where is it? I got Kurt here. Yeah, I do actually. We're going to go with the bald Kurt Angle. Who should we throw in there? You know what? This guy was a douche. I don't know if I have him in there too, but shout out to the chat for the help. Alright, here we go. This is it. Made a best wrestler win. Starting off with I'm starting off with the Venom, just to be silly.
What happens if I don't get kicked out?
If you don't get kicked out, you're the real winner. Winner. Right now, we're doing a competition between us. First of all, whoever wins the whole thing. But if you can survive the whole thing, you're a double winner. That's crazy. By the way, how do you pick someone up and throw them out the ring, chat? Tell me in the chat, because I need to know. Because I don't have an idea. Big up to Rich. Hey, Rich. I have something that you need to see. You need to hit exclamation. And then one of the cues. I don't have them on me right now. I gotta look it up. Look at Venom.
As we get ready to kick this thing off, Byron, what's the
I'm gonna look it up right now so I can send it to you, Rick.
It comes down to what number they draw. If they're one of the unlucky ones, a lot tonight will be about preserving energy.
The face is pretty good, I ain't gonna lie.
Early, I guarantee you won't be there at the end.
Not so bulky like that.
Alright, here we go, Rich. This is for you. I just put it in the chat. You're gonna make your own custom one. If you're a sub, you get custom ones, but those are the ones we have right now for everybody to use.
Sometimes I think he can be a bit overbearing. I don't know if he means to be, but that's definitely how he comes across at times.
It's going down. Skip. Can you smell? This was primed Rock.
for your neck.
Let's see what's up. Skip.
Get him outside the ring. Yeah, watch me do my thing, brother. Yeah, you stay out there. You watch this. Watch me.
I'm not sure what's so fancy about lifting his hand. Does he got no underarm
The people's champ.
here?
The people's champ.
People's eyebrow.
WWE champion.
And the people's eyebrow. The people's elbow. People everything, bro.
People farts.
Team.
I think you should keep his name out of your mouth, you jabroni.
Jabroni.
WrestleMania, Royal Rumble. Oh yeah.
I know these superstars are extremely skilled, but to win a Royal Rumble, you need a little bit of luck too, right, Corey? I wouldn't call it luck, Michael, but I would say you need some good fortune, and that starts with picking a good number.
He already hit me with it. So the rules I set up is that you get your finishers right away.
Here we go. The Rock is in position.
He's wasting them all right now. At the start of the match. Sucker.
Saw that one coming.
All that for that.
Straight punch. Looking helpless right now.
Getting this fool out the ring right away.
He's stuck in the
Wait, let's double team them. Let's double team Hulk Hogan.
and it's the Rock with the reversal.
Oh no. He's gonna kick me out, bro. Grab his ass. I'll let you beat him up. I'll help out if you need it.
Remember, both feet have to touch the floor once you go to the top rope in order to be eliminated. Yet another counter. It's like they're both somehow one step ahead of each other. Oh, man, inverted backbreaker. Ow. Boom, what a forearm. What's he got in mind? The Rock with some good timing here. Oh, no,
One,
inverted
2, 3. Venom got some moves on him.
that'll leave him
Let's go.
foot just stuck.
Dusty Rhodes already came out. There it is. Look at that. Wow.
Has been eliminated.
We're doing all right so far. Uh-oh. This is going to be a problem. We got to get this guy out quick. Not me, fool. Oh, man. It's going to be a war. He's going to kick everybody out.
What a forearm.
Let me get him. Let me get him.
Get him out. Get the big show, bro.
Someone call the orthodontist. Set it up. Boom. KO punch.
Oops. My fault, dude.
Boy, the time just flies, doesn't it?
Straight punch. Nothing fancy.
Trying to get Big Show out right away because he's so big. Woo. I have some...
Ooh, what impact. Oof. Oh, what a clothesline. Forcefully delivered.
Let's get it.
Don't waste time fighting him. If you could get him out, get him out.
Setting up for a neckbreaker.
There you go. Press circle. Press circle.
This gonna be. Boom, what impact. Hollywood Hulk Hogan has been eliminated.
Thanks.
Haymaker connects.
Out of here.
And it's Big
What
Show
did he take it?
getting out of that one. Oh, nasty impact.
The game doesn't let you select who to target. It's the only thing.
Master Night will
You can.
forever be
Click
ingrained
R3.
in one of the most exclusive
Oh, snap.
and
Does it?
elite lists of all the sports entertainment.
Somebody told me you can't. I don't know. Ooh, Bret the Hitman Hart.
Nicely done.
I should have picked somebody else. I didn't think I would survive this long with Venom.
Crowd, count the next one in. Suplex. Very nice.
Don't tell me he's doing a special on me. No, he ain't. Sting.
The Rock turns it around.
If the Ultimate Warrior comes in, I'm switching to him. That's my favorite character. Wow, he hit him with the woo.
Setting it up. He wants it one more time. Clothesline to the back of the neck. Who's it gonna be?
Man, we gotta start getting people out.
It's
bro.
gonna get crazy.
Vertical suplex. Boom.
Got it. Get off the rope.
Heading to the ring with a
No, 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 Roland! Help me! I got it. Oof. He picked me up and threw me out. Nope. Nope. Got him. It's going down. What's my friend's name? He's called Cloudy Chip TV. You have to go and Google him right now on Twitch or YouTube. It's my cousin, actually. He's my family. We're doing this co-bro ops, basically co-op brothers. But I wanted to switch the name up to be creative, not to be like, you know, just say co-op brothers. Yep, it's going down. I'm trying to get some people out myself, but it's not working out. Bret the Hitman Hart's putting in work on me. He just keeps reversing my move. No, 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 no. He really got me. He got me out. My first elimination. Pause it. Hold on, Roland.
You got eliminated?
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and be somebody else. Let me go ahead and be Goldberg. Was Goldberg doing good? Who's getting their ass whipped right now?
Wait a minute. Am I still The Rock?
Yeah, you're still The Rock. I'm going to go with... Maybe Sting looks like he's doing his thing. We're going with Sting, guys. Well, actually, there it is. I ain't worried about that.
The exclamation point, no less. Not looking good, guys. Sting with a great offensive show.
Yep.
This could be dangerous.
Oh my. Oh, Goldberg. Which one are you again? Oh, yeah, The Rock. All right. Let's go. What's the best way to kick him out? There it is. Yo, when you throw him to the outside, you can press circle and it kicks him out faster. That's what it felt like, at least. Got him. I'm kicking mad people out now. I got your back.
Jeez, bro. Come on, son. Who are you?
Oh, no, he didn't. I'm dead. Rowdy Piper is whipping my butt. Pause, bro. I already got out twice. Rowdy Piper just whipped my butt, man.
Absolutely spiked. DDT.
I don't know why I picked Rowdy, but... Woo!
When you look at this, it looks like they both did their homework getting into this one.
See you later. You hit circle right after and it kicks him out fast. Sometimes, if they don't reverse. See you later. He escaped. Alright, now I know. They have the little sequence buttons. He's... No, I'm Rowdy. The Rock is putting in work. M1, M2. We better get him out before this guy comes in. I'm hurt. I can't even get up. I got him, bro. Wow, they got you. Hit start. Go to, yep. And then just pick somebody else. Ric Flair, pick Ric Flair.
I'll take Jeff Hardy.
Alright, well, I'm about to throw you out by accident. Because I just threw him out.
No, you're not.
Oh, they saved you. Oh my. Oh no. Oh no.
Why am I not moving?
Come on. Oh my goodness.
Yo, you sure? Time out. Are you sure Jeff? Select. Okay.
C1. Oh, you're keeping track. I got you. Good looks. Got him. How about keeping track of how many people I threw out? I threw out like 5 or 6 already. Wow, the Stone Cold's here. Hey, you can fight Stone Cold.
Nah, I won't. I'll take Stone Cold.
He's cheating. You can't just switch every time. So that's the one time you can switch.
Nah. I want Stone Cold, bro.
Steve Austin is looking for the ending of this matchup.
Let's get it. Yeah!
Ooh.
And Ric Flair reverses it.
Get out of here.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm hurt. Thank you. If Ultimate Warrior comes, that's the one time I'm gonna switch. I'm rowdy. If I could ever get up.
Alright, the guy coming in.
It's The Rock. The Rock is back. We had The Rock twice. Nobody said nothing. Yo, we gotta keep. I wish I kept track of how many people I kicked out. Because I feel like I kicked out way more than Doughboy. Doughboy survived better. But I've been really putting in work on getting people out. Let's go. Take that. Take that. Take that. Try to throw his ass out right away. Kick both of our asses, bro. I picked Roddy. I didn't know how bad hurt he was. He's done. Guerrero's not leaving.
Anticipated that attack perfectly. What a sequence.
Undertaker's coming.
Oh my.
Get him out, bro.
You fight Undertaker. I'm gonna be. Wow. I'm gonna be Undertaker.
Wow, they threw you out. You gonna be Undertaker?
Yep. It's going down now.
You just punch him in the chest.
Oh, he got me.
I can't stop that.
The Undertaker is not someone
There
to
it is.
sleep on.
Get up, little boy. This dude is giant, dude. Damn. Bro, let me get the takeouts before I take you out too. Don't you ever. Take that. Yo, Big Boss. This is one of my worst enemies when I was a kid. He was like the worst bad guy. Oh, wrong button. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
What a punch.
Oh, reversal. Big Boss is one of the worst of the worst in the good old days.
He's looking a little stuck right now. That
See you
definitely
later.
off his game.
Get away!
What do you think of his chances here tonight? The big boss man has been
Undertaker again. 91.
We done messed up and put the same fighters in. Damn.
Nice.
Did I just take out everybody? I'll let you have him this time.
Well, that'll leave a mark.
Look at the little taunt, environmental taunt.
Creativity. We're about to get another one.
Oh, snaps. I was watching the stream. Let me get him. Show him how to be an Undertaker. Yo, I took out a lot of people, man.
Me too.
Wow, Andre the Giant just
He ain't about that life.
perfectly. He's one step ahead there.
If you get him out that fast, he ain't going out like that. He ain't going out. Oh, he went out.
Andre the Giant has been eliminated.
That's how you feel? That's how you feel? Take that. Oh, that's it. Wait.
Changes things.
This is my one. This is my one. This is it right here. I have to win with him now. I have to win with him, guys. Number 21. 21?
Usually does, Cole.
Dun, 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 dun.
Wow, can't believe the Undertaker got out of that one. Look out. Here we look at this.
I have to save you.
Handle.
Got him.
Counter.
Now what, player? Come on over.
Ultimate Warrior's acting like the ultimate showboat right now. Look who we have here, guys.
Give it to him. Get him. Take that. Let's go.
I'm about to do my special to this guy.
Man, Ultimate Warrior, what offense?
Oh, okay.
An impressive series of moves. Looks like nobody's budging, Cole.
Out of here.
Steve Austin, Undertaker has been eliminated. Lightning fast reflexes. A striking blow.
I'm out.
Not happening. Help! Hitting him, hit him.
Look who we have here. This changes
Thank you.
the entire complexion of this match.
Yo, you go try Triple H. I got the Hulk. I mean, I got the Brock, whatever.
Ooh-wee.
See you later.
Oh, nasty.
I got a lot of people out, man.
Eliminated.
Let me get this guy. Oh, wrong person.
Impact.
I was close.
Here we go.
Woo, reversal.
Triple H showing such creativity. Oh, clothesline. This guy has what it takes to make major impact here. Yeah, you have to expect to make some noise here tonight. Triple H.
Mankind
Job of turning that
out in the first seconds of the match.
has been eliminated. Clothesline in the corner.
Oops. No, you aiming at me, dude.
Get ready.
Let's go. I'm out.
Bruh. Oh, no, you just didn't set me up. She hit me with the... You what a bastard. And he got you with one, too. That's called the pedigree, right? The something.
Yeah, the pedigree. Damn, he got us hard.
Bro. There you go. Let them fight. Get my health back up.
He wasn't playing. He really wanted to take us down, bro.
Hey, Snack, try to hit the button so you can see one of those things that I told you to trigger. Let me just get this guy out of here.
Things are about to heat up here, guys. I wouldn't want to be in the ring now.
Circle.
Has been eliminated.
When you throw him out, hit circle. That's an easy way to get him out.
Clothesline. Ultimate Warrior.
Macho Man Randy Savage. One of the best matches was Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man.
Oh, I was gonna throw him out, bro.
I know, but
Ultimate
I messed up on my...
Warrior trouble quickly. Great reversal. I gotta say, I'm impressed.
Yo, Macho Man's putting in work on me right now.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Oh, wow. We are doing that.
Backbreaker.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I'm hurt pretty bad right now.
Chances any to win this thing. Maybe
John Cena!
Randy Savage connected with a good shot there.
We're not doing that, bro.
He's in full control now. Ooh-wee. And it's Michael showing some agility.
Damn, bro.
I'm getting my ass whipped.
Dangerous situation. Look at Shawn Michaels.
Macho Man Randy Savage and Ultimate Warrior, one of the greatest fights I ever witnessed.
Has been eliminated. Down.
Oh, wow.
Next entrance getting ready to come out.
No, I'm going to get loose. I'm gonna lose right now. Somebody save me. They're double teaming me, bro.
This adds a whole new dimension to this match, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, my bad. I just saved you.
Shawn Michaels is in.
I don't know if you saved me, but damn, this is like the classic. Oh, no Sweet Chin music. Not today.
The Ultimate Warrior just too fast for him. Guys, Randy Savage taking full advantage. Uh-oh. The bad guy setting up.
Damn it, we keep reversing each other.
Way up high. Here we go.
My fault. Go ahead, push him.
Lined up here, guys. Razors
I need a break, bro. You're whipping my ass. There it is.
There you go. Let me take him out.
you can tell he's got evil
Perfect.
intentions on his mind.
I need to get Macho Man out.
Don't get him out. Let him get him out.
It's going down right now.
No, 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 no.
Woo! Yo, he threw him out the ring, dude.
Savage has been eliminated.
Get out the way, bro.
Razor Ramon has
Betrayal! Betrayal! Oh! Got him! betrayal! Yes! You winner! Yo! Yo! I betrayed you. Yo, there's one more fighter. Hurry up. Press start. This is the final match. This is it. The grand finale. And you got a giant, too. That's the bad part.
This is just going to be physical. There's no other way to describe it. Kane with the excellent move to get
Oh, my goodness. No, he didn't.
Kane, uh-oh. Oh, boy.
No! Damn, he did his special. He's trying to do his special over and over. Oh, my God. That's game. I should have never betrayed him. Ah.
I ain't even play this game. I ain't even play this game, bro.
Oh, man. That was a good match, though.
That was quick.
That was a good fight.
That's a big win for him, ladies and gentlemen. And you know there are guys in the back right now hoping they...
It was a good match, guys. Good match.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, tell me who had the most outs. I know I got the most throwouts. I threw the most people out, but who got out the most is what I want to know. Mass Blade said whack. Cloudy Chips wins? Cloudy Chip TV has won. Supposedly you won because you didn't get kicked out the most. But I kicked the most people out. So how do you score that? What is more important? You know? I was thinking people out. I eliminated like 15 people, bro. Or more. I don't know.
You guys have 15 people because there's 30 people, so 50% is 15. He's at 15 or more.
Alright, so what are we going to do? We're going to play some other mode?
Within 30? Yeah, whatever you want to play, bro. Don't matter.
That wasn't bad. I love doing that. I would have kept doing that, to be honest with you. Damn, my game crashed. I never said it in the beginning. You're right, but that's like a normal thing that it should be considered. Winning the match is all that matters. I don't disagree. But we and him swapped players over and over. You know what I mean? So it's not like we really won. We was having a little bit of fun. So big props to him. He did his thing. He took care of business right at the end. I should have let us eliminate all of them and then betray him. Because I was going to win. Like, I had that in my mind. I'm like, you know what? When it's the last two, I'm just going to go after him without him knowing. And that's what I did. It worked. But there was still one more fighter. So he got revenge. It was like the sweetest revenge that you could think of.
That didn't last long, too. That was easy. Breezy.
Yeah. That wasn't bad. Alright, so let's look at the other game modes that we can play. The reason I'm doing share play is that way we could play these modes that are not available.
It was glitching online.
Yeah, that too.
But it was glitching online too.
Alright, so what's a tournament?
Ridiculous.
Play against AI. Nah, what does the tournament do? Handicap match.
Let's do one-on-one.
No.
It's Hell in a Cell or something. Once you hit one-on-one, it'll open up more matches. From my understanding, that's how it works.
No, you just get the regular standard matches, bro. No, there's a brawl. There's a brawl. What is the best one? Chat, tell us which one's the best ones. We tried that earlier. Oh, we didn't get to do it, right? Yeah.
Nah, we didn't get to.
There's this one. What is this? Last man standing.
Oh, the cage match where you gotta climb the cage.
Steel cage. Yeah, we haven't done that in forever. That's a good one. I beat you in no holds bar. So tables, chairs, ladders. Oh yeah, we'll go with steel. We'll go with steel cage. Alright. Hold on, no. Before we pick, we're gonna have a discussion. I want you to give me your top 2 memories of the best matchups you ever saw. Which wrestlers were they? I'm gonna turn my mic off for a second. I'm gonna let you run it. I'm gonna let you run the memory of the best fights you ever had. That you saw, I'm sorry. I'll be right back, by the way. Talk about it for the chat until I come back. The best 2, because that's what we're gonna do. Is that we have to pick which one we're gonna do right now. Whatever you say, the best two fighters that came together and fought that you loved. And chat, tell me your favorite fights ever.
I can't even tell you what the fight was. I don't even remember who won.
Just remember the fighters and tell us why you want to see it. That's what's happening.
I'm lost about what this guy. Now you kicked me off, bro. The host. Yo, you kicked me off. What is this, bro? What is he doing? He will host. Anyways, I don't even know if you guys can hear me on the other side, but my favorite match, just to talk about it a little bit, was Kurt Angle and Stone Cold. When Stone Cold Steve Austin brought in the truck, and he started hosing him down with Budweisers, with one of the firefighter trucks, and I think it had Budweiser or something, and then he was spraying him down. That was a funny moment. It was one of the best moments, and him cracking open the Budweisers and started drinking them and just going crazy. There was one. I think that was the same match that Kurt Angle, I think he broke Stone Cold Steve Austin's knee, because knee or ankle, because when he did his special move on him, I think he ended up breaking it. Is that match? That's all the same. That's all within the same match. I don't think there were different matches. It's hard to remember, but I could remember it being one match. But that was like one of my favorite matches, and to this day I still remember pieces of it. So that was, for me, legendary. This guy definitely is probably using the bathroom right now. I should troll him right now. But yeah, that was my favorite thing. It's hard to talk when I can't see what you guys are typing, but that's the story of mine. I have story for days as far as me and my brother and us. I remember putting the mattresses down in the basement one time, and it was all my cousins, all of us, my brother. We were all just going crazy, throwing each other off, from the top, just slamming people on it. A couple of us got hurt a little bit, walked out with big swells on our foreheads, but it was fun as hell, man. Remember stuff like that growing up. Remember one time I took my brother, picked him upside down, did the tombstone, but his head was too low, below my knee, so when I clashed my knee, his head bumped the ground. This guy started crying. He had a big ass wall, big knot on his head, bro. I felt so bad, bro. I was like, shit. That's what little by little we used to get aggressive. To take steel chairs, like literally steel, like those steel foldable chairs that you see in our parties. One time took his head, cracked him. It was just like, we used to get crazy with it, man. But the thing is that sometimes when you're a kid, you don't know your own strength, or you don't know how, like you realize that when wrestling is just, it's fake in a lot of ways.
I'm back. It ain't fake.
It's fake, and it's fake. No. That certain things, it's fake, and yes and no. People have gotten really hurt in wrestling, and it's not all fake.
Yo, go up, so you can pick your character.
Alright, but gotta give me a second. I gotta use the bathroom.
All right, so let's go. What did you say for your matchups that you thought were great?
Kurt Angle and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stone Cold pulled out the fire truck, started holding him down with beer. Then he slashed the Budweiser, started drinking it, and Kurt Angle came and did a special move on him. I think he ended up, that match was serious, because I think he actually really did hurt him. He ended up breaking his ankle or something. He started limping. It was a really crazy ass matchup.
All right. So chat, you guys voted for Hulk Hogan versus The Rock. That was a classic. That was pretty good. Kane and Undertaker, yeah. First of all, The Undertaker had a legendary matches with everybody. He had amazing one with Shawn Michaels, one of the greatest. They fought multiple times, but one of the biggest ones was in a cage. Yeah, he threw him through the Hell in the Cell. I remember that. Kane is an underrated superhero because you think about Kane. The thing with Kane, apologies that I'm eating, guys, but the thing with Kane to me, he did all crazy stunts. He was like an animal. A lot of these superstars, no offense to The Rock and other guys, they wouldn't get that dirty. You know what I mean? Like, he would be sitting there with the thumbtacks. They threw like 1,000 thumbtacks on the floor, getting body slammed into it. I don't remember The Rock ever doing something like that. And I love The Rock. He's one of the greatest. But Kane never gets looked at as that great.
So what are you trying to do? What kind of matchup are you trying to do?
What happened?
Who are you trying to play as?
I want us to do a classic match.
Okay. Kurt Angle and Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'm Stone Cold. Actually, I play Stone Cold already. I could be the...
Alright, let's go then.
I'll be Kurt Angle.
Hold up.
Instant recovery, reversal. What's that about?
I'm trying to read it right now.
Keep going. What's the other one? What's the little beast mode?
I like this one. Beast mode. What's the weapons? Hit him with a bat.
Guys, pulling out the bat.
That's what we doing. We out here. Hold on. Let me look at the match rules. Custom match rules. Pins and submissions. Pins only. Pins only, right?
I don't matter to me, bro.
Climb up. We can climb up out of the cage.
Each match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time limit. No limits.
No pins. So no pin. Go back. No pin. You gotta climb out the cage in order to win.
That's too easy.
But that's not easy.
Bro, we don't know how to play. We're going to be doing it in the first 5 seconds. Finishers.
Nah, bro.
We're going to have 3 finishers at the start. We're going to have high health. Recovery time. Long. No. It's going to be normal. Cage type. Oh, man. We're going to go with the old school style. This is the original one that I used to remember. I think it was that one. No, we're just going to go with the regular. That's it. We're gonna add different weapons. Look at this lightsaber or whatever the hell that is. Oh wait, I already had one of those in there. I'm just trying to add different weapons in here. And let's put a table in this joint. That's it. We out. I think we did it, guys. Arena doesn't matter. Referee, standard. Momentum. Fast, I guess. Entrance. Superstars allowed. Big heads, no. Alright, we out. Good luck. We out. Next match, let's do a vote in the chat and with Doughboy. What lineup should we do? In my view, I want to do... My personal one would be Macho Man Randy Savage and Ultimate Warrior. That'll be the match I want to see. That's the match. I don't know about Doughboy, but he wants to do this one. So we're doing Doughboys first.
When you think Attitude Era, you think Stone Cold. The following contest is a steel cage match. Making his way to the ring from Victoria, Texas. Weighing in at 252 pounds. Stone Cold Steve.
Hey, if you guys on Twitch, you want to hit the commands, exclamation, potato, exclamation, sexy time, Just random stuff. Pop it up. I want to see it real quick. Test them all. I'm going to put it up on the chat once again so you guys can use it. It's free for everybody. All you got to do is exclamation and the button. And you can trigger alerts on my stream. Took a lot of work to figure out how to do that. And a lot of time to customize each one. These are custom alerts that I made myself. And my subscribers get to create their own. Choose their own too. So. I'm skipping my intro. Oh, you're Kurt Angle. Oh, I skipped it. I don't know what happened. Take that, you little dirty dog.
By escaping over the top or through the cage door and landing 2 feet on the ground. But with these superstars, it's impossible to say which way it'll end. Well, that's why the WWE Universe loves a steel cage match. So many ways it can end. I've seen superstars use a steel door as a weapon, get their face slammed into the steel mesh, and get knocked down.
No, he didn't.
Time to tell here.
Yeah, I'm always interested to see a superstar's approach. Are they going to play defense and knock their opponent off the walls? Are they going to attack and try to scramble out of the ring themselves? There are so many options on the table.
Maybe a lot of options, but when you're locked in a steel cage with a superstar looking to take your head off.
Got him.
Stunner by the rattlesnake.
All he has to do is capital.
Got him.
Stunner. It's over.
Someone should post that online. Even better, the second.
Good night.
That's it. He's done. How do I get out?
Done here. I don't care who you are.
Somebody teach me.
More of those.
I'm panicking.
Halfway, take a few steps back.
I'm getting out. I'm out.
Answers, man. You ain't got the
Time
answers.
out. How do you climb?
Get out of
Use
here, bro.
L.
This guy's cheating.
Use
over
L to
here.
come up.
I thought we were actually gonna have a fight, and then this guy really want to play like this. All right, let's go. Hurry up, bro.
Use R1 to climb. R1 to finish. I think. L1 to cancel the minigame.
Opponent, so you have enough time to climb over the cage wall and out to the floor.
Oh no! I could have made it if I knew how to do this already. I'm gonna make it. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Oh! Oh, he's coming! Somebody help me! Oh no! Punch him! This little bastard. How do I kick him off, guys? I'm gonna die down here. I don't want it. I don't want it. Yo, I can't fight back. I don't know how to hit. That's how you feel? Get up quick. Get down, little boy.
Back of the neck. And again. Enough. Whoa, Angle dodged that one.
He still got it. Kurt Angle exploiting the opening.
Woo, he did his move.
Signed, sealed.
He's trying to stun on me right now.
Oh no, I don't like Steve Austin's chances in this one.
Steve Austin doing a great job of turning that around. Bang right in the face.
Oh yeah, baby, strip that face off.
Top rope. That'll grind the features right off your face. Oh, Corey, he unloaded there.
What you want to do, boy?
Finds a way to reverse.
No, ref. Suplex.
Textbook vertical suplex. Bam. Devastating elbow. Ooh-wee.
Oh my. Nice. Oh no, he's doing a special. That's his special, isn't it? Oh, what are these names of these guys? Not bad, not bad. And he's trying to get out. Get up, you little idiot. No way. Come on. There we go. Where you going, buddy? How do I get him, guys? How do I get him?
To the top of the cage. Check out Steve Austin's offense. And guys, we're seeing Angle in a tough situation.
No.
How do I get him down? There we go. That's what I want. Pull his little ass. Get over here. Get down.
Harsh impact.
See you later. Yeah, baby! Let's go! Ow. Damn it.
This could be the chance he was looking for. Kurt Angle can draw the curtains on this fight.
Help me up. Get me up. It's getting real. What's going on, Carmelo? I'm out here battling. This is the Co-Bro Ops. Cooperative play with my brother from another mother. I'm getting my ass whipped right now, but I was doing alright at the start of the game, but he started to use his little... See you later.
Steve Austin making his statement as we
Yeah!
Nasty impact.
Let me show him how we do it. Let me show him how we do it.
That's how you wear down your opponent.
This is how we do it, baby. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate y'all hitting the commands. I really do.
Narrowly avoiding trouble. Yeah, that could have been bad.
No!
Snap suplex. He's caught.
Oh, no, he's not. Yes, he is. Get off me.
Oh, and a terrific reversal by Steve Austin.
What?
Stop. Shepard's gonna stop in 5 minutes, bro.
I know, I messed up. We gotta pause it. And then just keep going. Don't worry about it. Get up. Get up. Shout out to all the commands spamming that y'all doing right now. He's really trying right now. Get off. Yeah, so these commands are free for everybody to use. All you gotta do is just press them. Oh, no, he didn't. Come on, get up, man. Get up. Get up.
Let's go.
No way.
Cheating ass. Let's go, bro.
I said I lost.
Let's
There's
go.
nothing I can do.
Let's go. Done. Get out of here.
Ah.
What happened? This guy over here trying to cheese me, trying to over here play me. Yeah.
Let's take another look at these guys.
Got the triple suplexes.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Yo, the share play's gonna stop.
Yeah, after this, when it ends, I'll start it up again.
Let's do one more. Let's do one more, bro.
Jam.
I'll give you a chance to come back.
The trickery here about how to stop someone when they get up to the top. Alright, so everybody pick a different matchup. I say Macho Man, Randy Savage, and Ultimate Warrior. That's what I want. That's what I want. Alright, we're going to take a quick second break so that I could set this up for another quick share play. We're doing share play at the moment.
We have to, bro. The servers are so bad online, bro. Like, it was completely saying one thing, saying that I won the match, and you were telling me that you were still playing.
Yeah, I was still in it.
And I'm like, how is that even possible? And then you like submitted me and all this stuff. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? I've been one. Yeah, something was up with those servers, bro.
Yeah. Shout out to Cloudy Chip. He's streaming right now. We're doing a co-op stream. I usually have both screens up, but there's no need for this game, which is pretty cool because it's all on one. We're going to do another match. You guys can vote for one. I want to try to do something special.
You gotta send me that again.
I just sent it. Go into your notifications. So, I'm going to rewind this whole thing. Shout out to Snack hitting all these alerts.
I didn't get it.
And it went through.
I did get it.
Thank you for hitting all these alerts. Shout out to Carmelo coming through with the follow. We appreciate you. Carmelo Anthony's in the building. And, yeah, man. We going in. So we got to play something different. All right? Y'all can tell me which is the best one here. Brawl. Pack your bags. Bring your passport. Brawls. will bring the fight outside the arena. You down for one of those?
I'm down for like a table. You gotta be able to.
The brawls will be outside the arena. That means you're gonna fight everything.
Alright, whatever you wanna do, bro. I'm just saying.
We could do a tables, ladders, and chairs also. How many more matches you got in you?
I got one more, bro.
That's the last one?
Yeah, so pick one, whichever one.
Oh, let's go tables, ladders, and chairs.
Whichever one. No, I wasn't saying table, ladders, and chairs. I was saying table, like you have to break them on the table or climb up the ladder to go get the like a bag.
All right, so dinner for two. Put them through the table. That's the #1 rule. Let's do this one. All right.
Can't pin, no pin.
Are you in here? It doesn't show your control.
I am. Wait a minute, I am.
Press start. Press a button. But as I was stating, we're gonna pick which fighters. Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels. That's a good one. That was one of the legendaries.
You gotta put two.
It
bro.
is two.
You gotta put two.
It is 2 players.
It's not letting me.
Let me back out all the way and start it off over. Tables. Nope. Always a rookie.
Party screen. Keep saying go to party screen.
Oh wait, he give you a controller. Here you go. That was my fault. Play together. There you go. You're in now. Here we go. So what do we got? We got some good choices. We can go Ultimate Warrior or Macho Man Randy Savage. We can go Bret the Hitman Hart versus Shawn Michaels. That was one of the legendary ones too.
I like that one. I like that one.
Is that what you're trying to do?
No matter whichever one. You tell me.
I'll do that. Shawn Michaels. I'm Shawn.
Alright, who's the other guy?
Bret the Hitman Hart.
Bret Hart.
Go with the original. Nah, let's go with this one. Don't start the match.
Give me 1 second.
I wanna this is the tables, ladders, and chairs. We gotta do it 3 times? What is the difference between Iron Man and... If I do win 3, does that take away the table situation? So there's 2 out of 3 falls. Does that mean I still can do the table, but we have to do it 3 times? I think that's what that means. I have no idea. Entrance. Finishing. And hold on, Doughboy. I'm just trying to put more tables for more tables. What is this? Folding table, folding table. Yeah, one of everything, and the folding tables, a lot of them. Do a SmackDown, ref, momentum fast, entrance, allowed. That's it. Oh, snaps. He's still in pick. So again, chat, I have a big important question. Don't press start when you finish, Doughboy. Pick your guy, but don't press start. Alright, so here's an important question. So I have the option in here.
Who's the guy you're trying to have me pick?
Bret the Hitman Hart versus Shawn Michaels. So this option right here, 2 out of 3 falls. Does that mean that we got to put them through the table or no? Because that's the goal. I want to play with the tables as the main focus. We're just going to try it anyways.
I think that is. Yeah, this is good, bro. I think I know what I'm going to do.
You got it? You got it?
I have a feeling I think I know exactly what I'm going to do.
You ready?
I am, bro. Check this out. Check what I got for you. You don't see. Man, that's Shawn Michaels. That's an old Shawn Michaels.
97. No fans.
I never even played with Bret then.
He's one of the greatest of all time. Oh, I'm sexy. You have to move. The style and goes wild. No. Oh, that's how you feel? He just interrupted my entrance. Get down, little boy. Get out of here. What you think you're doing, little boy? Oh. Oh no, they have the similar moves. Not.
And it's reversed. Paying for that mistake.
Say hello to my little friend. Oh, he got me.
And there's the reversal for Bret Hart. He wants it one more. Guys, Bret Hart taking full advantage. That's why you're the best analyst in the game, Corey.
Woo.
Sit out, pile driver.
We're not playing right now.
Oh, you want to taunt me now too?
Bret Hart knows what he's doing. But if it was me, I would not be taunting.
Are you scared?
Right now.
What offense Shawn Michaels is showing at this point.
Lightning fast reflexes.
Let's go.
Are you scared, bro?
No pinfalls, no submissions, no disqualifications. Only way to win.
Oh, I missed.
Opponent to a table. Oh, kick right in the gut. Big punch finds its mark.
Oh, look, there's a table right here. Get up. Get up.
Let's go.
Just sending a message there. And Bret Hart slips out of harm's way.
Got him, baby.
Really? Is that what we're doing?
That's what we doing.
Here we go, Shawn Michaels.
See you later. Sweet chin music for the finale. Bow. Take that. One more game, baby. Just gonna hurt his brain so bad. I'm telling you, he's. Oh no, I messed up.
You gotta be kidding me, bro.
I messed up. I messed up.
It's not even letting me reverse.
I messed up.
And there's the reversal for Bret Hart. A striking blow.
No, ref, no. Get off me.
Great reversal. I gotta say, I'm impressed.
Damn it.
Boom, what a forearm. Someone's gonna be walking funny after that. Back inside the ring.
Shawn Michaels always been one of the best showmen. He was always very good with that. So I have a question, chat. If I grab this
Every superstar is trying to do
and I try to place it like right here. Oh no, that's not how you do it. Circle? No.
What a great match we
R1.
have here on SmackDown Live.
Anybody know how to place these things?
How you do this? I forgot how to do this.
Oh, there it is. Now I know how to do it.
He's thinking the ring can't contain what he has in mind here.
No, he didn't.
Oh, man, inverted backbreaker. Ow.
That's how you feel, bro? That's how you feel? Let's go.
Shawn Michaels.
Oh, no. Take that.
Saito suplex. Just vicious.
Wait for it.
Oh, heavy duty right hand.
This guy, bro.
I want to actually figure out how to use these things more.
It has been absolutely brutal. We want tables. Somebody's about to go through the table.
You suck. You wish. Oh no! Oh, imagine if the table was set. That would have been crazy.
Yeah. Let's go. Damage your opponent using the tail to fill the table break meter. Alright.
Doughboy read all this. He's been studying this for the past week.
Check out Bret Hart's offense.
Oh my goodness, crushing it.
Let's go. Ain't playing with you, bro.
Oh, Corey, he unloaded there. There's the reversal.
Let's go.
And Bret Hart slips out of harm's way so quick.
Let's go. I ain't playing with you.
Oh, kick right in the gut. In a bad way here, guys.
This dude trying to break the table already.
Let's go.
Ooh, what impact.
Ah!
Wasn't expecting that.
Ow.
Boom, right in the button. KO punch.
Bret Hart is a force within the ring.
Stomping. Ouch. And it's Michael showing some agility.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, Corey, he unloaded there.
No!
Get him.
This is it. He's gonna win.
Let's get
No!
Let's get it! I told you, bro. Don't play with me. Don't play with
There's the
me.
reversal. Uh-oh. Setting him up. Uh-oh. Neckbreaker.
I want to figure out how to just throw someone on it
Let him know what's going on right now in this awesome
and
match.
slam them down.
Oh, wow. Do it.
Woo.
Oh, great display of
Oh,
strength.
man. I
with
thought
the
I was going to
suplex.
land.
What a counter.
Ah.
Jeez. What is
Suplex,
that?
very effective. In the face. Looking stunned here, guys. Bret Hart with a nice
Woo.
reversal. Oh, on the apron, lifting it up into the
No, he didn't just break. Oh, man. Oh, it didn't break. Thank you. Whew. That was close.
power from the suplex. Things are looking dire for Shawn Michaels. He won't quit, but it might be better if he did. I would
No.
still be careful because
Ass whipping.
music can strike
Get
at
it.
any moment.
Thank you for hitting them alerts, man. Now the thing is once you know what the alerts are, you can actually trigger them at the right time. Not today, son.
Stop it. Get some help.
situation just got real bad for Shawn Michaels.
He set the table. I know how to set it up here.
Exiting the ring. Very interesting game plan here. And he's heading back in.
Oh, damn.
Oh, clothesline. Boom, what a forearm. And Bret Hart slips out of harm's way.
No way.
Running Bulldog. There he goes to the outside. Remember, though, there are no timeouts in WWE.
Yo, Snack is just spamming these things. I'm gonna bring all the tables into the ring. Get out of here!
Let's go. Let's go.
They cleared out all the tables I put in here. Sheesh. It's all good. We only need one.
Let's get it.
And there's the reversal for Bret Hart.
Get out of here.
One more.
Oh, kick right to the gut. There's the reversal.
Get it.
Elbow right to the nose. He's playing with him now.
No, they gave you one.
Don't do it.
Oh,
Oh, no,
We might be looking at a rare hitman loss here, guys.
That's got to end it this time around. Woo-wee.
So right there. It didn't count.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
The legs just bent.
You too.
Alright, we're about to set it up. It's easier to put it in the corner, but I want to figure this out. Somebody teach me how to throw it on there. Hey, slow it down with the spam. I feel you, though. The people can't see the match. You know what I mean? Only once in a while when it's necessary, trigger those. But I appreciate it, dude. Showcasing the customized alerts at any moment. No way. Damn it.
Right to the spine.
And it's Michael showing some agility.
Oh, man.
What are you doing?
I ain't gonna lie, though. Boys putting in work.
Slips out of harm's way.
So the hitman looks to end things. Stop in the leg.
Just nasty.
Leave the nightlight
The
on.
no fear one is a reference to the coronavirus.
That should end it.
If y'all, when you triggered that one, if you seen it.
Let's go.
He's kicking my ass right now, guys. I'm like,
Great reflexes.
done. You better run.
They get dangerous out here, especially when there are no countouts. Oh man, low clothesline.
You better run. You better run, boy.
With a nice reversal.
This is exactly what I needed. Exactly what I needed. Thank you for shooting me the weapon. Time to kick some ass. This is it right here, guys. This is my time.
He's taking charge here.
I don't know how to whip him in there, but we'll try to figure it out. I keep doing it the wrong way.
Looks like setting up for a suplex.
Gonna finish things off. He's looking a little stunned right now. Yeah, definitely off of his game.
Damn it, the table.
This is some good offense by Shawn Michaels.
I'm so hurt. It's crazy. Hurry up. Place it.
Open that sucker up.
I'm about to just put it in the corner. It's a lot easier.
Bret Hart slips out of harm's way.
So quick. Taking it to the midsection.
These attacks to the core are clearly having.
I'm so hurt. It's crazy.
Going for it again. Stop in the leg.
Just nasty. Beautifully executed by the Hitman. Might not have been effective the first time, but the second time's the charm.
There it is.
Let's go. Let's go.
I ain't gonna lie. He's putting in work.
this again.
Haha. Oh no. Haha.
What's going on? Alright, bro. How do you drag him?
Oh no, I reversed it.
Drag.
That's game right there. I'm dead.
How do you
There it goes.
How do you grab him and move him?
Shawn Michaels gets out of that one.
Oh. Okay.
Let's go, man.
Okay. Okay.
You know what?
Just put it on the corner. Oh no, he didn't. Oh, he did. What the? No way somebody could beat me up with a table like that in real life. Oh man.
Perhaps he's thinking the ring can't contain what he has in mind here.
Getting my ass whipped, guys. It's been a fun time playing this. Something different than where you used to.
I want to learn how to drag you, because you can walk him to the table.
How do you drag them, chat? Doughboy's asking, so that we can pick them up and bring them to the table, specifically. If I can get up, I'm just down. Oh my gosh! No. Yes. Oh damn! I can't get in.
There's the reversal. Wait, don't do it. Do it.
Taking full advantage. That's why you're the best
Come on,
analyst in the
bro.
game, Corey. He's looking to do more damage from the...
Got him.
Oh, hell no.
You better run.
I just rolled.
Let's go. Come on, kid. Crackdown. I'm just gonna abuse him for a little while. It's my best weapon right now.
The showstopper wants to put an end to the show right here.
Wait a minute, don't do it.
Getting you up.
Get it.
I'll let you get up. Here, watch. I'm gonna show you some. Oh no, I'm not. Oh no, you didn't. No, I reversed it.
Oh, man, setting him up on the top rope. This isn't going to be pretty. They're way up there. This is going to be catastrophic.
That's game right there. And he broke me. Nope, it didn't break. It didn't break. Woo, that's a good way to do it, though.
Where he wants him.
Nope, nope. Got him.
Flipping the script on him there.
Let me fix this table up real quick. I'm going to show y'all how to do this.
Hold X.
I see now.
And Bret Hart slips out of harm's way so quick.
Are you kidding me? That was a double reverse. This was one of the greatest matches I've seen when I was a kid, for sure. These guys were incredible.
Stop pulling leg snap. That's going to hurt. Tear your hamstring.
And my ass whipped. Oh.
You're good.
Producing a trampling. Bret Hart with a nice reversal.
Oh, he got me.
Elbow to the knee. That'll hyperextend your leg. Scoop
There we go.
slam.
You're gonna run. Oh. Yeah.
What's this? Did the Hitman come to wrestle or just showboat? Ooh, what a punch. That's how you stop your opponent.
Get it. Right over there.
Nope.
Shawn Michaels gets out of that one.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Gonna break.
Guys, Bret Hart taking full advantage. That's why you're the best analyst in the game, Corey.
No.
Get it done. Done.
Damn. Winner, chicken dinner.
Take that.
That was great. You did a great job.
And that is how the cookie crumbles.
I ain't gonna lie. He held it down. That was a good match. Look at Splash's replays.
I thought you were gonna put it work.
No, I didn't get to play until today. Bro, I haven't even played the PlayStation until today.
I saw some achievements on 2K20 pop up. I'm like, yo,
Definitely not.
I come to this.
You wildin'. I haven't played or streamed in 4 days. Today was the first time I touched my PlayStation.
Get out of here.
What the hell happened? What is this?
I'm not done. This is the encore. This is the encore. Smack.
Oh, help.
Encore.
Help.
What we doing? That's how we doing it. Encore.
The best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. Bret the Hitman Hart. Truly is one of the greats. Props to Cloudy Chip TV, man. He put in work today. He put in work on me on that one right there. That was an amazing win. It was a good time, man. Nothing wrong with this game. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's straight, man. I'm feeling it. I messed with it. I like it.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. The only thing is the online definitely is trash.
Yeah, something's wrong. Well,
Trash.
I played
Something's definitely
the other day.
the
day I
itself,
did play.
The mechanics of the game itself is actually
Yeah.
decent. Is that right?
The other day I played online and we only played like 2 matches when I first tried the game, and it's a chamber match of 6 players. It worked perfectly fine. The other match was fine too, but for some reason today it just didn't work out. So, but it is what it is. But it was really cool, man. I had a good time with it. We could definitely run it back another time. I'm not sure how many players we can get on a share play, so we can do a Royal Rumble with a bunch of us.
We can get lemon pickles on this joint. He's a real huge wrestler.
Does he have this game?
He actually can. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That I'm aware of. I think he does. He has all.
Oh,
of it.
okay. Yeah.
Definitely is. It's something to talk about.
Yeah, man. I mean, he probably knows all the. I don't know anything about the New Days. I only know from the 90s down. So.
Yeah, he watches it still consistently to now.
Exactly.
Today, so.
Yeah, but we can have him break it all down and get into the new players.
Yeah.
I'm a retro guy for this game. But yeah, we'll play again hopefully one time for the Cobra Ops. We still got a lot of games we got to finish. We still got to play A Way Out story. I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys the list of games me and him have here. We have Hitman 2. We played the other day. We did the PvP, and then we did Streets of Rage 4.
Hitman was nice though.
We haven't played Call of Duty yet for the Cobra Ops. NBA 2K,
No, not yet.
Battlefield 4, The Crew, which he has and I have. It's just a racing game. We haven't played a racing game together. A Way Out, NBA 2K Battlegrounds 2. For Honor, just a quick little hack and slash. Friday the 13th. These are just games that I have on my list of that we could play. There's one called Wolfenstein Youngblood, which is a co-op story game we could try. And then things like Mortal Kombat and other stuff. But, you know, if y'all see anything y'all like, y'all let us know. We'll gladly...
Enter the Gungeon.
Yeah, there was a vote from a viewer who said they wanted us to try it. We'll see. We'll probably jump on that too, you know. So, Doughboy, any last words for my stream and your stream before I cut you out of here?
No, not really. You know, thanks for joining everybody. That's actually, hopefully, you guys are entertained and enjoyed it.
They were mad that you beat me.
It was fun, and definitely everybody that's watching, you know, I had to do it to him. I had to give him the sauce.
He definitely gave me the sauce today. He got me.
But yeah, it was fun, man. I had a good time.
No doubt. Yeah, I'm going to stick around for quick more matches, but Doughboy's getting out of here. Hey, Doughboy, it was good to catch up with you, man. Hit me up, bro. We got to talk. I haven't talked to you in forever.
Sounds good. All right,
Take care, man.
All right, peace.
So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, that's my brother from another mother. He's literally my cousin in real life, but I look at him like a brother. He's like family to me. And we just played a couple matches. Kind of called it a night there. But Snack, I appreciate you for coming. We appreciate it. Snick Snack. Devin. Jasenia, as always. Everybody on the mobile apps, I appreciate you guys. Pretty much everybody everywhere, man. You guys are the best. And yes, a little bit of Patrick love. But yeah, all you guys everywhere, I thank you so much. We had a really good time with this. If I want to play one more thing, I gotta look at what I would be. I want to check on the tournament, see what that's like. But so yeah, so we're gonna play one more match and then probably call it. It was a good time. Looking at the different titles that they have, championship titles. They have so many titles. That's crazy. When I first started watching, they had like the W World Championship, the Tag Team Championship, the Intercontinental Championship, and I think that was it. Then they started doing other ones consistently and changed it all up. So we're gonna do a little tournament, see how I do, so I can actually practice a little bit. Right here, this is kind of weird, guys. Let's look at it real quick. Take a quick second. So right here, I got this. I'm gonna pick the arena match type. What would be the best matchup? This is a one-on-one tournament. What can we do? This is gonna be viewer's choice. Someone said Hell in a Cell. That's not bad. Tables. We just did that. No holds bar. We did that. The last man standing. Something quick because it's going to be a lot of matches, right? What is an iron match? Who knows what an iron match is? I honestly used to know some of these, but I guess I'm so old I can't remember. What it do, what it is, baby. Oh, as a matter of fact, we forgot to play the very cool Ultimate Warrior music while we chill out right now. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this back on. It's not really great actually, but at the moment when he was wrestling, it was incredible. Let's start it over. Let me turn this game sound off. So, I don't know what to pick, guys. I'm gonna go with Hell in the Cell. The males, superstars on. Ooh, look at this. Oh, this is a real deal. This is a long batch. 1, 2, 3, 4 matches in one. It's gonna get very interesting. I can skip all the other matches that I'm not in, right? We're going with the Ultimate Warrior. Always. Who should we be facing? If you guys got any choices. We're going to go ahead and start picking new players. I'll tell you the guys that I do know that are kind of new. That I like a little bit. That I watched live. I went to a live wrestling match and I didn't know some of the guys. I'm like, who are these people? But Daniel was a pretty good fighter that I saw live. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember. trying to remember the new guys. You know what I mean? Like past 10 years. This guy's kind of famous. I don't know who he is, but I've seen him in some promo stuff. I'm trying to find a specific person. That's kind of why it's taking me forever. Guys. Roman, the guy Roman. There he is. That's who we fighting first. He's a tough competitor, guys. So that's why it took me forever to look. So I was literally trying to find him. Pick some fighters. I'll put them in here just to have them. Let's see. Honestly, I don't know half of these guys. If they're not the retro fighters from 15 years ago, I don't know half of these guys. I might just go with retro again. That's crazy how I don't know most of these guys. Somebody said Randy and Schmach. Okay. Shawn Michaels. We're gonna go with the younger version, Michaels. Randy versus. Did you mean Randy or Randy O'Toole? You might have meant the different Randy, but it is what it is. Somebody was asking for this guy. I don't know who he is. We're gonna keep this guy in here anyways. How about this guy being in there? If he wins, then he's a GOAT. Customized characters like Thanos. And that's it. That is it. We're going for it, guys. It's going down. Can I win is the question. Let's check out this intro. Hell in a Cell. You win by pinning people, right? Had a decent time. I didn't get too crazy. I was gonna get crazy, but then I toned it down to make sure that we're good. Ultimate Warrior was crazy back in the day. I'm about to show y'all something in a minute. Ultimate Warrior vs Hulk Hogan was fire. Yeah, it was. That was crazy, man. I was live at those things. I watched Macho and Ultimate. I watched a lot of big names fight back in the good old days. I didn't see all of them, of course, but a couple really big ones. It's like, wow. Hey, let's pause this for a second. I wanted to show y'all something. How do I pause it? I can't. It's going down. Hell in the Cell. How do I pause it? There it is. Alright. I wanted to show you something real quick. Actually, wait a minute. I don't even have it in here. I was gonna show you guys a YouTube video.
Learn how to get dependable internet and endless entertainment with contactless delivery.
That's what happens. Keep fooling around. Listen to this. Watch it.
I was sitting at Capitol from a place not from here, and I came here for one reason: to attack and keep coming. Not to ask, but just to give. Not to want, but just to sin. Sing the power warrior down everybody's throat in the WWE till they become sick of it. Well, you're gonna get sick of it because this freaking nature right here is just beginning to swell. And when I get big enough, brother, there ain't gonna be room for anybody else but me and all the warriors floating through the veins and the power of the warrior. How must I prepare? You must ask yourself. Should I jump off the tallest building in the world? Should I lay on the lawn and let him run over me with lawnmowers? Should I go to Africa and let him trample me with raging elephants? You can feel it, dude. You can feel it. Load the spaceship with the rocket fuel. Load it with the warriors. In my final meeting with the gods from the heavens above, as they spoke to me and hit me with the power of the ultimate warrior, they told me, exit stage left, exit stage right. There is no place to run. All the fuses in the exit signs have been burned out. With the command of my voice, I raise the level of the warriors to one that can't be reproduced. Dig your claws into my organs. Stretch into my tendons. Bury your anchors into my bones. For the power of the warrior will always prevail. Family that I live for only breathes the air that smells of combat. With or without the faceplate, I am the ultimate warrior. The heavens have opened up from above, and the warriors have spoken. You felt the power that makes the skies rumble and the earth shake. Come on in. We're nightmares on the best part of my day. I live for anger and frustration. Combat is where we'll be. I look above to the gods, and when you fall below the skeletons of the warriors past, the power of the warriors will become the eighth wonder of the world. Normal people, the people that walk the streets every day, we cannot understand. Now you must deal with the creation of all the unpleasantries in the entire universe. As I feel the injection from the gods above, I only know that the ultimate warrior is totally out of control. As you
was the best.
Travel to WrestleMania. Take the two pilots that have already made the sacrifice. Shove that control into a nosedive, Hulk Hogan.
So Lit Mobile just sent me this.
Yo, I'm telling you guys, this was back when I was 5 years old. Now, first of all, for all of us now in our modern day, that is like ridiculous, right? It is ridiculous. It's like, what is going on with this guy? But in 1986, 87, or whatever year it was that he came out, I'm just making up a number. I'm going to Google it right now. When did Ultimate Warrior come to WWF? I want to know because I was literally a little boy when he came in. 1985, bro. And all of this stuff, he was saying it, right? I'm like 5 years old watching it Like, what the hell? Imagine this going into your brain at a young age, and you're like, you know what I mean? Like, Hulk Hogan would always be like, what you gonna do when Hulk Hogan comes for you? And, you know, Macho Man would always be like, yeah, brother. And then you had, what was the other guy that was, like, really vocal? Ric the Flair. Woo, yeah, baby. Yeah. And he was always just, like, real hyped up. But the Ultimate was on a different plateau. Like, what you saw there, if you've seen all the real interviews of, like, the skits for each one of those, it got cut up. But the real skits were ridiculous, bro. I'm going to try to get a little practice in. Even though I'm probably not going to play this for a long time. I felt like, why not just fool around for a little bit before I close this off. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, that was the days. That was my original time in wrestling. Hulk Hogan being the greatest, but this crazy maniac, and then the way he comes out running in the ring, and the way he's electric. Like, he was the first real electrifying to me. I know Hulk Hogan was great and all, but I felt like the Warrior was doing it before Hogan, as far as just like being that beyond everything. And he didn't become big until later on, but that last one, I wish we could watch the whole original so you guys could see the way he did that interview. It was pretty much his first fight with Hulk Hogan, you know, and he's become the biggest star in the WWF. It was a pretty cool time.
He better brace for more. Listen to the little warriors going insane. It's starting to come together in a
I'm trying to make him. So one thing with Doughboy that I did learn, I studied, was how to make people use their reverses. You know, it's a mechanic that I didn't know about until you guys just told me on the chat. I didn't know anything about the game, you know. And that reversal really works well when you know how to use it against people. Oh, yeah. Anyway, it was a fun night. We got some good games in. Hopefully, we'll do some more. Let's see what's going down. I didn't get to ask the co-op experience. I didn't ask when Cloudy Chip is gonna oh no. When Cloudy Chip wants to do another day, but it's a little weird with him. I don't know what's been going on. I'll say this with his situation. You know, he plays a lot more than he streams. So it's like, I don't know if he's afraid. I don't know what's going on with his streaming life. But it's a really cool dude, as you can tell. We had a lot of fun there today. And hopefully we'll do more this week. We won't have to wait a whole nother week. It's been weird that he's been like only on Mondays or Tuesdays, you know. But hopefully we keep the routine going and we just keep giving you guys the co-op fun. And things like that. I'm getting my butt whipped by this computer. Shout out to Pafat. Is that what we're gonna call you? Mr. 33 with the follow. Thank you for coming. You're welcome here. And yes, I am welcome, Snack. I appreciate it. Let me see what I gotta do right now. I'm about to hit him with a special.
Oh, I knew that was coming. Not again. One of these competitors is eventually going to have to gain the upper hand.
Oh no. I said I want to hit him with a special, and then he comes out with his little move. He's looking to do me dirty right now.
Roman Reigns is absolutely on fire right now.
But yeah, we're just talking about wrestlers and talking about my favorite wrestler, which is the Ultimate Warrior, this character right here. How he's the most underrated wrestler of all time, in my opinion. Wow, is that his special move?
How can he do it here?
I got so lucky right there. Is that his special move? He throws you up in the air, punches you in the face. Damn it, I got all these reversals and I can't hit one. Damn it. He's kicking my ass.
Here is Roman Reigns
No,
in position
no.
now.
This is his special. He got me.
Vicious. Tuck him in. It's bedtime. Oh, man.
Woo.
Warrior is in trouble now.
I'm getting lucky.
Can't believe it. He just won't go away.
Get me up. Get me up.
Out the up. Oh, my goodness. Crushing it. Ultimate Warrior gets out.
Oh my God. This is a crazy one.
Powerbomb connects.
Nope.
A huge kick out from the big dog. I don't think any of these
If I keep it in, I win, right?
any quit at this point. Never say die.
I don't know how to do the submissions. I gotta
He
learn.
breaks it. I can't believe it.
So unbelievable that he broke out of that.
Bam Bam Bagaloo. Bro, I don't even remember him like that. Wow, do they have him in this game?
Right on the lower back.
Bam Bam Bagaloo.
Looks like Ultimate Warrior is on the move, guys.
Who is that?
He is just dominant right now.
Trying to remember. Is that the big, the voodoo guy?
For him.
Is that the voodoo guy? Bam Bam Bagaloo. Whoa. Yo, he just does his little punch, bro. I'm barely getting out of these. I have a hard time. There we go.
Going after the upper body. Target his torso now. He's been going for his core all night. it
Here we
seems.
go. About to go down. Got him.
What an assault on Roman Reigns.
Now the Ultimate
I want to do
Warrior
another
needs to
one.
capitalize
He's
on
probably
this
going to counter it right now, but I'm going to try. If I can get this, that's game. Come on, baby. Give me the win. 2, 3. Let's go. First win. First win. Shout out to Cash Money. Calling it for the finish. Hit that. Now is when you can hit the emotes, guys. This is customized emotes. You can use them at any time. It's free. All you got to do is just hit exclamation how, exclamation rumble. There's specific ones for specific moments. These are customized. I created them myself. You can trigger them at any time in the game. You don't want to spam it the whole time, but if you want to hit one just to fool around, once you learn what they are, you can start using them all the time. Right there, again, the greatest wrestler. You know, underrated. If there's a top 20, to me, he's in the top 5. But a lot of people won't have him in there. Top 10, I don't know. You got to make a list. You got to make a list. But yeah, if you want to test these out, go right ahead. Snack tested them all out, which he did a great job. I would prefer them to be tested between the matches, not during the matches. But right now, perfect time to test them all one by one. And if you like it, use it. Don't abuse it. I'm about to take an apple break. I could skip this, right? This is the match that we gotta see. I would go with Thanos. Nice. I'm actually getting the match I wanted. Macho Man. This is one of my favorite matches of all time. I didn't set this up. I just put Macho Man to be inside the... I'm gonna Google Macho Man. I'm trying to remember their best match. They had a couple. I'm trying to find it. Alright, we're going to watch a little bit of it. I'm probably going to get copyright strikes this whole time. But at this point, who cares, right?
The two principals in that gigantic main event at SummerSlam. First of all, the challenger and former World Wrestling Federation champion, please welcome the Ultimate Warrior. What an ovation, and here he comes! What a matchup at SummerSlam! The Warrior never looking better, hoping to seize this opportunity. His opponent with the title defense against the Ultimate Warrior, the reigning World Wrestling Federation champion, Macho Man Randy Savage. And likewise, what an ovation! The Macho Man Randy Savage. There's no love lost between these two. What a matchup this is going to be! Talk about intensity! When it comes to SummerSlam, I want to know, can we expect a scientific hold-for-hold match from the two of you? Or should we expect to see a knockdown, drag-out street fight? An Ultimate Warrior, you first. Just exactly how badly do you want to once again be the World Wrestling Federation champion?
Let these words I speak paint the picture and tell how bad I want. At SummerSlam, Macho Man, this is what will take place. One warrior. Let that be I. Shall give one Macho Man. Let that be you. An opportunity to prove himself to be the very best. For if the World Wrestling Federation Championship belt represents the best, then let it fit properly around the one's waist who is.
Nose to nose, face to face.
Although, Macho Man, I see you as one of the very best. I cannot, with a clear conscience, see you as the best. Is that right?
Uh-oh.
Well, I got a problem with that, Ultimate Warrior. I got a big problem with that. You might consider yourself the best because you've beaten the best in the World Wrestling Federation since you came into the World Wrestling Federation. And that might make you, in your own mind, the best that ever was. But let me give you a wake-up call. In Wembley Stadium, I'm going to prove to you in the entire world that the Macho Man Randy Savage is better than the best. Ooh, yeah!
Oh, my. There's no
Oh, yeah! No, they had a dope match. They were two of the top guys. This was back in like 1988 or earlier, maybe. I don't remember what year it was to be specific, but I just wanted to show that for myself, to be honest. Kind of just look at it. These guys were insane. They were really good. I'm going to show y'all just a clip of some of their you know, action. All right.
SummerSlam.
You look like a poster boy for a mark. Is for
Into it.
the World
Probably gonna
Wrestling
get
Federation
clips,
Championship.
copyright strikes. I'm gonna fast forward all this. That's how they started the match. Started disrespecting. They were really great showmen. They didn't know how to put on the show. Hold on, my thing's freezing. Okay, let's rewind. Something happened. What the heck? Alright guys, I guess my thing is frozen. Doesn't want to be nice. Here we go. I think I fixed it. I broke my computer. For those that don't want to watch this, apologies, but I love it. I haven't seen any of this type of stuff in years, so that's honestly why I'm into it right now. A little treat for myself. Did my screen freeze? What is going on, man? There we go. I'm gonna try this right now. Oh, it was already in here. Okay. Two of the best showmen in the game, guys. You gotta do it. They just know how to put on a show, you feel me? That's what the best part about them. They're really great showmen. Flying off the top rope, exaggerated. You know, putting on shows in between, screaming to the fans. Just a lot of like little emphasis. If you're live watching this, it is incredible. I'm talking about just such a good time. These guys just put on crazy shows. Crazy shows. This is just highlights of the fight. This is one of their many fights. I forgot how many times they fought. Probably like 4 times. Definitely 3 times. The late 80s, early 90s. Look at all the moves, everything that they know. Talk about top tier. Oh man, I got the audio on. I forgot I had the audio. Macho Man, top ropes, jump off. Macho Man had the ace. He had the cutie. I forgot what was her name. It was like his manager, wifey, Maria or something. He had a real cutie. He was one of the main guys. He's classy. Like the other girls. It wasn't a tie, was it? Did they get up? Yeah, we got it. Mr. Perfect was there. Ric Flair was there. Oh, the ref is down. I remember this. I remember this. Macho Man for the finish. And he still couldn't get it. We're gonna kick everybody's ass now. This is the good part right here. He gets crazy, starts beating everybody down. Oh yeah. That right there takes a lot of strength to lift a man all the way up. Breaking Macho Man. Yeah, I don't even remember all this. This is a long time ago, guys. It's all flashing back now. It's like stored in my memory box. This is where Ultimate Warrior wins your heart. He saves Macho Man. That was a good moment. That was a good moment. I love that moment. The question is, did wrestling teach me about having honor? Anyways, that's a lot, right? Let me get back to it. Man. Alright, now we're going to play the same match in the game. How do I change? I can't change anything right now. Don't go for it. That ain't going to happen on this game. I'm beating his ass, and that's it. Oh, man. Anyway, what were your thoughts about that fight? Of course, it was just quick highlights. It was a very dramatic, special event when I watched it. Just powerful, beautiful performance by both fighters. Top tier fighters, you know. He really had a crazy ass entrance.
Nightmares are the best part of his day. Combat is where he will be.
Oh yeah. Alright, we're gonna skip this. Get caught up in this hell in this cell. Macho Man, let's go.
I cannot emphasize the importance of this match enough. Is there animosity between
One thing I do like that I noticed from I only played probably like 10-15 games in this ever, so but when you play against some of these legends, they have animations just for them. Not just their specials, but just like certain little things. Oh, look at that.
It's locked in. This is a great way to wear down your opponent.
Oh.
How do you do that? I don't know, Michael, but good thing. I don't think he could have taken much more of that. Oh,
Bang, bang.
Another one.
He's killing me right now.
The Ultimate Warrior just too fast for him. Oh, shit breaker.
Actually,
straight punch.
Byron, is it possible to devise a game plan as a competitor when you're embarking on a journey through hell?
Competitors must resign themselves to the fact that doing battle in this torturous structure means their mind, body, and soul.
My favorite right here. Well, that's not the one.
Again.
On the move. And a stand.
Got him.
Randy Savage with a nice reversal.
Now trampling the opposition. The awesome power of the Ultimate Warrior.
He's hitting on all cylinders right now.
Killing him.
Textbook vertical suplex. Bam. Oklahoma slam.
Trying to do my special, but
Stuck in the leg. Just nasty. Randy Savage just too fast for him.
Down with the vertical suplex.
how do I get up on his ropes quick? There it goes. Yes, sir.
All the way from the top rope. What a splash.
See if that works.
We got a cover.
Destroyed him.
Got it done.
We've got some highlights from the last one queued up. Here we go.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'll ever get back into wrestling, but the wrestling games are always fun. Something different.
Warrior stopped at nothing to take the Macho Man down here tonight.
The Warrior became obsessed with defeating Randy.
Look at you, Snack, hitting them commands. Snack's gonna be one of those legendary viewers that hits the commands at the right time. I have the mic, the PC off, so I can't hear when you hit them. Actually, I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. That was pretty cool, man. Nice little quick match. Does anything on earth get your blood pumping like the Ultimate Warrior's theme song? No, man, no. It's actually why I pick him. Alright, so here it goes. I got 2 more matches. I'm gonna go ahead and finish this one off quick. What's going on, Cloudy Chip? Thank you for coming. Shout out to Bat Child and Cloudy Chip and Stacks and Jasenia and all you mobile viewers. I'm chilling right now, just trying to finish this off, Cloudy. Me and Cloudy just did our little co-bro ops. I wanted to just continue because I haven't played this game. I wanted to play it last week, but spent the whole weekend working on some cool projects and basically didn't have time to play. So, just checking it out. There are commands you can hit, just so you guys know. Bat, I want you to try it. Anytime you see something cool, something funny happen, you can hit one of these. These are very customized. I made them myself, and then I figured out how to program it so that my viewers can trigger it at any time. You don't have to be a sub, you don't have to follow. It's just, well, maybe you have to follow. I don't know how the program works, but most likely you can just hit it by calling the command. Yeah, it was definitely fun, man. I had a lot of good times there. Memories. Honestly speaking, for me, it was the memory of how much I loved wrestling when I was a kid. You know? Could I just run out there and beat him up? No. But going at it.
Let's go, guys.
Oh, look at him with the reversal. Okay, that's why he's the champ. Got him.
Boom! Right between the eyes. Oh, he's got him up high.
See you later.
The follow-away slam. Headbutt to the back of the neck.
I just displayed some Ultimate Warrior just to give you guys a feel why I loved him so much. Whoever caught that, hope you enjoyed it. I know I did, honestly. I did it for me, so. So you can use the left stick to do everything. I didn't even know that. I mean the right stick to do everything. Because I literally just punched and grabbed with it. Trying to destroy this guy's soul.
He's in non-stop attack mode. Shinsuke Nakamura just too fast.
Oh, he got me.
It's like trying to fight smoke. It takes a lot of guts to call yourself the
No doubt, man. Cloudy, man, it was good, bro. We got to set up the next date. So, Cloudy, just to talk to you, something I was saying when you left. I know you play more than just once a week. So far, we played once last week, once this week. I'm sure you play more than that. And I'm sure people want to see more co-op. I know Snack was here for a lot of it. Isn't it fun to have Cloudy Chip on here kicking it with us and beating me down the way he did? Oh, I just threw this guy out the ring. We'll figure out how to slam somebody while... There we go. Oh, no. Oh, wow. If I hit him with that thin bat, they can't disqualify me. This is a steel cage match, ain't it?
Ultimate Warrior in a little bit of trouble here. This is Hell in a Cell. The hurting has only just begun for him.
You better run, boy. But yeah, so set up the next date right now live on the stream so that we can get it going, get it ready. No, he doesn't want to get up.
Unfortunately, he's also the king of low blows, given his underhanded tactics.
Oh no. I'm just playing.
We'll have Nakamura hit you with one, and you can report back as to whether or not he's still the king of strong style. I'll pass, thanks.
So yeah, me and Cloudy Chip has been doing co-op streams, playing together. Very fun times. Trying to do that more often, regularly. Make it an event. This guy keeps leaving.
As we all know, Hell in a Cell matches tend to deteriorate once the competitors leave the confines of the ring. In the face.
Did I just hit myself?
Overhand right lands.
Oh no.
Back in the ring again.
Discovering breaking the cell. Damn it. There's a way to break the cell.
Oh, nasty impact.
There's a way to break the cell. I gotta figure that out. Get up, my guy. If I break the cell, we get to fight out there? Is that what happens? I'm actually literally trying to break the cell now.
Ultimate Warrior knows how to polish off an opponent.
There it is.
As he puts him through the
We
wall.
did it.
Who knows where these
What happens if I go out?
superstars end up now? I don't think even they know. Stay away from us.
Nothing. I could just... Oh, I can go up top, too.
Making his
Oh,
way
we
to
going
the
up.
cell
We
wall.
going up, baby.
Apparently he loves chaos.
Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's it. We got this set. Climb up. I want to go all the way up. Can I not get up?
He's making the climb.
Oh, I thought he was smarter than this.
Oh, here it is. I'm making it. Let's go, baby. First time being up here, and is that a weapon?
Great call, Byron. Well, that's nice and all, guys, but he's clearly running on fumes here.
I'm about to do my special on this guy. If it lets me. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got him up. And this
Woo! Almost fell.
So dangerous. Take another look, Corey.
Got him. God. Woo. Perfect.
Shinsuke Nakamura.
Oh my goodness.
Fast for him.
It's like trying to fight smoke.
Come on, this dude should be dead, bro. He got up so fast.
Wait a minute.
Not happening, ref. Not happening. Damn it.
Shinsuke
And he's trying to pin me.
makes the cover. Ultimate
Now I'm mad. Now I'm mad, bro. I got 3 specials for his ass. Ready?
This has become a monumental struggle for these competitors. It is down to who
Wow.
still has the energy, the resolve to put
He's just destroying me somehow. Somehow, guys. It's crazy. Oh no, this is a special. He got me. No, 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 no. I didn't read all the chat. All right, so 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Working towards it. That's what's up. Shout out to Batchild coming through, showing love. Warrior is a bully right now. Yeah, I definitely was. Climate. Yeah, affiliate. The Cell had a family. He had a wife and kids. Yeah, he beat me. That was a good match though. Like I had him beat. I was fooling with him, toying with him, brought him to the top of the stage, broke him down. I was going off. We're gonna do a rematch. I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna do this quick this time.
we are witnessing.
We're at a stage where someone's going to have to shift it into another gear.
Here's Nakamura with some offense of his own.
Oh, man, that should be it.
I'm upset now.
Question about
I'm upset, guys. I'm going for the kill. Yeah.
Follow-away slam. Nakamura seems
on the move. And his steam.
That's it. I'm gonna try to go for the win. He's hurt. Look at that. Easy. Y'all need to hit them triggers just like Snatch did. Now that was a good match right there. Say what you want, but I got the win, baby. And that's how you do it. Exactly. Hit them triggers. Those are free animations for everybody to enjoy. Everybody gets mad on mobile because they can't trigger it, but it is what it is, man. One more match and I'm the champion. One more match and I'm the champ. That was one of the fastest matches I've had. Like I literally beat him within 2 minutes. Tops. This is it for the championship belt. I actually respect Seth Rollins. I went to watch. I didn't know who he was. Went to one of the events. Took my son and my nephew. And he was just flipping everywhere. Doing crazy stunts. And I'm like, yo, this is why I loved wrestling. I thought I loved it because of the room. There it is. That's what I like. Hit all the triggers right on time. It's going down.
The following contest is a Hell in a Cell match and is for the WWE.
But yeah, so I thought I liked the wrestling because of the characters, and I do. Because of the show, you know, like the storylines and all that, and I do. It was when I used to love it when I was a kid. this spectacle, as far as just athletic abilities, is second to none. You know, in my opinion, their ability to do all that craziness. So listen, guys, I need to pay attention. Alright, Ultimate Warrior is the greatest. I don't care what you say. I've been testing out different setups on my... We try to bounce right now. We're going to try to bounce. Trying different things on my graphics. The way that things go in and out, for example, look. See how it bounces? I kind of like that. Or we could just make it bounce back. Bam, bam. What do y'all think about that? Is that not that good? I don't know if that one's that good. I'm trying to test all of this. Let's do elastic. See what that one looks like.
Seth's about to burn it down.
There we go. Elastic. You ready? Kind of looks like bounce. Why does it say elastic? Hold on. Let me double check. I don't want to ruin my whole stream by trying to test this on air, but yeah, I put elastic. Yo, hitting them. I don't know, that elastic doesn't look different. Maybe I'm crazy, man. Let me try exponential. Whatever that means. Ready? Okay, so it's kind of... I don't like it as much. This one's kind of whack. Y'all not noticing just small little details on how it moves in and out, bounces in and bounces out. These are important graphic features that I'm working on still to this day. Always changing, trying to be different. And, I think I'm more underrated in many regards for these type of efforts. I don't like that one that much.
From parts unknown, weighing in at 275 pounds.
You bought both of my emotes? Yo, Snack is a legend, bro. We gotta take a pause here. Take a pause. So Snack, here's the deal. I'm gonna start giving my viewers perks, special, unique perks. One of them is gonna be the alerts. So if you want to go to my Discord, I think it's in there. I don't know which Discord I have it in. Yeah, I think it's gonna be my regular Discord. Just type in Discord, and you go there. There's gonna be a suggestion section. You punch in the specific style emote you want. I mean the alert you want. So you see how I got a GIF and music sound? You can create your own. You tell me what type of visual and what type of sound, and I'll put it in my stream for you from now on. I'm not gonna name it after you, but I will take suggestions for the name if it's something that goes with the theme. Of course, it has to be respectful. It has to be useful. You know, and I'll gladly create that for you. There's other perks also, but that's just one of them.
Going for the ride. The follow-away slam. To the
You better run, my boy.
Trying to create some separation here, Cole.
Trying to break backs right now.
Right to the spine.
But yeah, so feel free to check that out. That's one of many. If you it didn't say you subbed, so that's weird. Oh, it does say it right there. No, you did. So you got the emotes by themselves. I didn't know you can buy emotes by themselves. That's a new one. Just to explain it to you, one emote is just me being ridiculous. Like, really? That's not that serious. But the second one is very meaningful. It's very special. So MGS Family stands for Metal Gear Solid Family. Metal Gear is my favorite game, and I have a show that I've been working on. I've done last year, but the big picture show isn't coming out for a while. But that show is unique, and it has to do with the Metal Gear community and the universe and all of that good stuff. So, let me go ahead and just finish this guy off.
Oh, he's got him up high.
This is it right here. I'm about to finish him.
Slam. On the move. And it's Steve. Shoulders down. Championship on the line.
1, 2, 3. Easy wins. So yeah, so that's what it is. And I don't have the rest of the emotes. I haven't uploaded them. I should. Been a little bit lazy and lackluster on that. But I appreciate the love and support, man. Big time, big time. Streaming isn't something that I thought about doing, but I love doing it. It became a very good passion, and I actually feel really happy every time I stream. Enjoy it so much. Probably a little too much. But yeah, so I appreciate the support, man. It's important for me. One thing that I never did was like always when it comes to all that stuff, I used to not even have any emotes because I didn't want people to feel like they had to subscribe, you know, like forcing people into that world. Then I realized if I want to do this full time and not worry about like work and bills and life, I gotta create something. And here we go. Careless Whispers, listen up, girl. I'm gonna take you back to the 90s in the middle of the song where they would talk for like 10 minutes. You're so beautiful. And there it is. I'm the champ, guys. I literally am the champ. That was a pretty good little match, I think. We're gonna play one online because we gotta figure out what's wrong with this online world. And then that's it. This will probably be my last one. Maybe. And then we'll go from there. Alright, so we got 4-way. We have 2-on-2s, 6-man right here. Going right here. This is it. The grand finale. Oh, maybe not. 6-man chamber. Keep saying it's full, but it pops up like it's not full. Come on, man. Tonight the music seems so loud. Hell in a Cell, 6-man. It's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get crazy right now. But yeah, triggering all those are very important. I want to give people the chances to make their own, and it's going to be unique and fun. As long as it's respectful, I'm cool with it. We are going. Christian Rome, what's going down, man? We just hanging out playing WWE 20, chilling right now. Online, my first game online after playing offline with my co-op brother Cloudy Chip TV, who was here kicking it with us. Really great streamer. He's also my family. Awesome. You're not Christian? You are Christian. So we was playing with him for a while, but now I'm going in solo, and I just want to mess around for a little bit. Oh, Aaron. You want me to say it with an accent? Christians, Aaron. You guys are making me think about this really. The reason I'm quiet is because I'm starting to think about this amazing TV show that I'm planning to do in the future. And Christian's laughing at me. He gave me a follow. Aaron. And shout out to the emo gang in the building, man. I appreciate y'all. Showing my ugly face all the way through the screen. Hilarious. But no, so like I was saying, this TV show, man, I got this really cool, let me eat that Dorito, bring it over here, TV show, and I just thought of some sick idea to add on to it. Every day I'm always thinking of some weird stuff to do, something crazy. So Christian, as you can see, these are viewer triggered alerts. Any viewer can trigger them. It's all fun and games as long as you don't spam it during a whole game. You know what I mean? But they're right there in the description on the Twitch. Feel free to check that out, man. Come on, my guy. Did you ever want to see what a flying taco looks like? You're about to put a taco up on the screen. Is what's gonna happen. I'm 100% sure that's what you're about to do, man. Go right ahead, bro. Go right ahead. Show me your taco. I don't want to see it. Oh, there it is. It didn't fly, though. Nice little Taco Bell. You know what's crazy? I don't eat a lot of tacos. They're great and all, but I don't eat them too much. I like the soft tacos better, which is weird, right? But soft tacos better than the hard, crunchy taco where you just bite it and it's like a Dorito. Is that, can you guys judge me on that, taco eaters? Is that a weird thing to be like? You know what I mean? And this match is not starting, guys. I don't know what's going on. Shout out to Ross. That's a pretty good emote too, man. Showing off all his emotes right now. Big respects. Look at what I have. Talking about food. Can't see it because it's green. But this is an avocado. The reason I'm holding it and playing with it is because I got 3 of them. One of them happens to be not good as far as too hard. You know?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that. So this thing needs to get softened up. So I'm kind of just playing with it so that I could eat it tomorrow or something. You know? But something's going on with the game. I don't know what to do. I'm ready. I'm missing a player. Oh, I forgot to check my friends list. Judge Judy, ain't nobody got time for that. So these are custom ones that my subscribers can make. You can't make them. You can suggest what I make. So, for example, let's say you're into The Simpsons. You're like, hey, put a picture of Bart Simpson, and then on the bottom, on the audio, the sound, I want it to be Homer saying something crazy to him, like da 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 da. And you could even send me the clips of what you think should be on the screen, and then I'll customize an alert so that you can trigger it at any time on my stream, pretty much. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm offering my viewers. A fun little extra incentive. You know, I was gonna play this match, guys, but I don't know how I feel right now. You just made the list. See, there you go, Christian. That's a good example. So right now, Snick Snack actually subscribed to me, so he can go to my Discord and suggest that, and automatically, if you're a sub, you get one customized alert mandatory. Okay, so I just gotta wait here, I guess. But yeah, so that's not a bad one. That's pretty good. I should get a wrestling one in there. Oh yeah. What you gonna do when Hulk Hogan comes for you? Something. If I was to do that, I think I would probably go with Stone Cold or The Rock. It has to be one of them 2 because they got some crazy sayings, you know. What do you say? What do you think about this? It doesn't matter what you think. Or like, shut your candy ass up. I don't know. I don't remember all their sayings. Stone Cold had some really dope sayings. No worries, man. If you got Amazon Prime, which you could get for free for like 3 months, you can subscribe off of that. But you don't have to subscribe, just hang out. If you have a really good suggestion and I like it a lot, I'll probably use it. That's how I work. You know what I mean? Don't matter. But we were testing something out on my stream, so check the visuals out, right? That is kind of plain. I honestly don't like it. I like the zoom in and out, but the effects of it just stretching in and out doesn't feel so good. I have way better ones, and I'm going to put them on now, and then you guys can judge for yourselves. So let's try this Quandit. Alright, and then y'all tell me how y'all feel about this. What? Yeah, exactly. So there's a bunch of good sound bites we can get. I don't feel like it's much of a change, guys. Do y'all see a big difference? It does like a little earthquake shake. That's terrible. I definitely don't like that one. What about this? Let's see what this one does. This is a different one. Gotta try them all, man. Gotta try them all. Might as well while we're waiting. This match has problems. I didn't even see what the effect was on this one. Yeah, it's still a little bit of a shaky style. So online is definitely an issue in this game, I would say. It's probably best to share play, game share. But it is what it is. Alright, we're gonna try this last one. See what happens. Alright, this is just watching how the zoom in and out starts and ends, pretty much, is what we're looking at when I do this. See, that was just straightforward, coming in and out, nothing too crazy. I don't know. We'll see. If we're gonna be really fancy, I'll show y'all this right here. Got the regular version, then it goes in. What's going on, Hattie Baller? Thank you for coming. And I'm just looking to see how that goes close like that, and I could just lean right back out and then go back in this one. And then be like, no, let me go back. And I'm like, you know what? I want to watch the gameplay real quick instead. Just switching it up on you guys. You know what I mean? Making the best of it. But the online is not working for me, guys, which is a problem. I only tested it once before I went on. And of course, Hattie just want to hear me talk smooth and say something nice. When I meet a girl, I like to instantly tell her exactly how I feel in a respectful manner. Something real lovely. Well, I can't talk like this if the music isn't on. If y'all don't trigger it, I can't finish the conversation. You know, you gotta trigger that so that I could continue to talk and show y'all. So yeah, so I step to a girl with my instincts, and I instantly just say something. When I say hello to her, she'll see it in my eyes, like, damn. You know, she'll know it's real. But that's how I rock, personally. I don't like to be that type of scary guy. So you just approach her, you look at her with that face, like, yeah, what's up? How you doing? And if she's a good woman, she's gonna say hi back, right? And then you just be yourself. Cause guess what? Y'all gonna spam it now. Because women love all kinds of men. Some girls love really smart guys. Some girls like troublemaker guys. Every woman is attracted to something different. And it's on you to have that sexy time appeal like Patrick does.
No.
What's going on, Cord? What's going on? They just hit me with the potato. Now we just wildin'. Y'all wildin', man. Y'all wildin'. I'm gonna try this wrestling thing. It's just annoying. Y'all looking to see where the emotes are coming from and where these are getting triggered from. On Twitch, I created an alert system with customized alerts just for my viewers to trigger at any time. Try not to trigger it over like this guys are doing. You can trigger all the other ones, so we can showcase them all between the matches for the most part. Trigger the other different ones so we can see them. Which one's the best one so far? Which I know the Patrick's the best one. Don't get it twisted. After Sexy Time Patrick, what is funnier or cool one? You idiot! It's a Metal Gear reference. If you play that game, you know what that's about. The game over screen when you die. You know, little things like that are really good. I think y'all broke the system repeating them. It stopped it. Hold on a second. And apologies, it's not in commands. I can throw it up for you so you can see it. I don't have it on commands. I think I put it on something else. Maybe I did have it on commands, but I'm going to refresh it because I think it's done. Everything's okay. No, it ain't. So some commands aren't for alerts. Some of them are just to trigger other things. But, another Metal Gear, my favorite series of all time. You guys are going off right now. Thank you. You're keeping my stream entertaining, by the way. I appreciate it. So this one was more for the Metal Gear fans. If they like Metal Gear, it's right here. When I do something good, a crazy play that lucky, you hit nice. Exclamation nice. So these are all alerts. Thank you guys for hitting them. It's a good time because we're doing all this waiting on this game. Might as well. So y'all letting me display these for the viewers. This one right here, the poor kid. He's so cute and then he starts crying. This one's a little coronavirus.
Immortal.
No, I just
he doesn't have the mask on, as you can see. Doesn't fear death. And that's another Metal Gear reference, if you guys don't know. That's for part 4, with 2 crazy, amazing fight scenes. So this one right here, again, this is more about awkward moments in my stream. I don't say something funny or
take a few steps back to go.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers.
When somebody say something stupid, you just hit them with how, Sway. You know, so far so good. Y'all doing a good job. Thank you. Thank you very much. I gotta make more. I have more lined up, but I haven't finished. So there's a lot of them we gotta hit. Shout out to the Trigger Gang right now. A little bit of basketball reference, Michael Jordan reference, the nice little block. You know, I like that one a lot.
Take a few steps back to go.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers.
But yeah, so there's a bunch of them. Probably like 20, maybe 30. I got more coming. And like I said, subs automatically get to create their own. You tell me what GIF you want, and then tell me what sound you want. And if it's good, and something I feel like works for my stream, and we'll put it on. It has to be fun, you know, interesting, something cool. Everything goes, you know what I mean? It's, if you see the ones I got, they're not that great. I did make them all, but myself, they weren't like templated. They were just me putting together sounds and visuals, fooling around. And I appreciate you guys. Man, this game is frozen, bro. I can't play online, guys. Literally 30 minutes went by of this right here. I don't know what y'all want me to do, but it ain't working. Game over. Shout out to that emo. What is that? That's how I feel. He's so cute. Yeah, man. So I really don't know what else to do right now. I'm kind of feeling like defeated. They're basically not letting me play this game, and now I'm frozen. I'm literally in a loading screen for this whole time.
Hell no, to the no, no, no. Hell to the no, hell to the no, to the no, no, no.
It's good to be streaming again, man. I took a couple days off because I had some projects to finish, and I'm kind of getting back into the flow. A little some. We got a lot going on in the near future, so I'm excited. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna have to quit, guys. Call it a night. This game has beat me up. When a game does this, it's frustrating. It's like, you know, the online aspect is not working. So, but this game has a lot to offer, guys. Let's look at what it has to offer. How about that? I'm gonna go ahead and look at what they got to offer real quick before I go. You guys have been amazing. First of all, you guys have been good to vibe out with. So first of all, they have all these modes, which are pretty cool. They have more modes within the modes, so you can play a whole mess of different modes. You got 4-player. Royal Rumble is still my favorite for wrestling games to play. US Central. This is a story about women, which is pretty cool. The originals, you can create your own show. So I'll go into it for a second. I looked at all this the day that I got the game, but I didn't play anything. Wait a minute. This is someone else's show. Okay, let's back out of this. My player, which you can make your player and play your career, which is a lot. The universe, this is what I was talking about. You make your own matches, your own shows right here. Online, what you just saw, creations is sick, right? We got community creations. So I downloaded a bunch already. I'm gonna show y'all how ridiculously silly this game is. You know, they got Deadpool in here, and I'm just going off. There's a bunch of them. You guys tell me the ones you see. I'm going off ones that I really like. This is like Mr. T right here. You know, Laura Croft right here. You know, you posted something on there. Which one is yours? How do I find it? Is there a way to search for one specific thing? They just got a lot of wild stuff in here, man. Most downloaded. Ready? Let's look at these. Thanos. I took Thanos. I took Batman. I took Venom. Like, they really make customized special Slender Man. You know, this is crazy right here. The amount of detail in each of these people is ridiculous. This game has a lot of cool features. It might not be the best game. It might not be the best wrestling game of all time. But pretty good if you ask me. So I'm going to hit triangle. And how do I search for your specific one? Specific creator. Let's look for this guy. I don't know if this is his name on here, but I'm hoping I'm right. Putting them on blast right now. We're gonna look at all his creations. And is that it? No content found. Thanks. Let's do that again. Put the wrong name in anyways, guys. Does capitals matter? Probably does. Alright. There we go. I don't know who that is. Rain Saturn? What in the world? I do like the outfit. It's kind of, you know, the colorful style. Is this supposed to be a superhero? Is this somebody famous that I don't know about? Content by this creator. Let's go into his stuff. He only got one. Who is this? I'll download it. I'll play with yours. Since you subscribe with me today, I'm going to play with yours the next time I play this game. See what type of skills you got. One thing I like is you can create your own style of fighting in the game. You don't have to, you know, go by defaults. You can kind of just customize it a bit and create a nice little play style with the upgrades on the different perks or whatever. Small little details in there. Alright, so we got that. You will leave download area. Yeah. Let me see. I wanted to actually see that guy. I forgot what was his name. Sheesh. Should have paid attention. Oh, wait a minute. So this is a character from 2K18? So they've been doing this for years. Okay. What is this guy's name on here? I don't remember. How about custom characters? Here it is. He's going to be in here somewhere. There it is. Alright, let me see what he got. Oh. Let's go in here. A 92. That's not bad. Let's check his attributes. Nice and balanced. Pretty high everywhere. Huh. Attributes. So these are the things I like about this game. Or every game, the attention to detail on your skills and your abilities and things like that to make it feel unique. It's important. Your ability to instantly recover. This is good. Includes a minimal speed boost. Nice. Targeting enemy to gain an advantage. Interesting. Finisher. I don't remember this. Wait, before I go. Prideful, cheerful. Alright, let's go to his finishers. See if this guy's any good. Not bad for a wrestler. I don't know how about his outfit. He look a little bit like a superhero from Seattle. You know what I mean? Like you got all these really hardcore superheroes with dark outfits and like really intense, and then you got a Seattle very like yay type of character, you know. I just gotta be honest. Alright, let's go to specials. Signature moves. Okay, the shotgun dropkick, that's not bad. Lift reverse DDT, that's not bad. And a DDT on all the rest. That's not bad. Finishers. I don't even know what the 1916 is. It's a suplex. Oh, okay. Oh, that wasn't right. Not bad. Not bad. Let's see what the oh my gods are. Oh my god! Broken. That's it. it's not a bad character. He definitely got a little bit of a little too sweet. You know what I mean? Like, if they made a superhero movie with him, he had to be from Seattle or San Francisco, one of those two, and he got to be, you know, politically correct, if whatever that means. Not bad, man. We'll try him out for sure, man. I'm a little bit beat. It felt good to stream again. I'll be back tomorrow for 4 hours, maybe around the same time. Depending on how my day goes today. If I have to stay up late, I'm not gonna get on early. I mean, yeah, I won't get on early. If I go to bed early, like right now, which I don't think I will, but I'll stream very early in the morning. But it's been a real good pleasure to kick it with some of you. Everybody on the mobile apps, I love you guys, and I'm sorry I don't read your comments. It's not on purpose. For the past 2 months, you guys have been the biggest supporters. Hundreds and thousands of people. The mobile app companies like Mob Crush and D Live have put me on their front page, so I respect and appreciate you. If any of the managers are watching, I really do. It's hard to manage chats. I have one chat for YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, and stuff like that. So that's the one I focus on, and the rest I can't, and I apologize so in advance. But everybody that's been on here with me on Twitch, I also love you guys so much. You guys have been so cool, just kicking it with me. You know what I mean? Playing this wrestling game. I actually want to play more. I think that me and my cousin, we got a rivalry right now. He beat me down, and we got to do it again. He cheated. I don't know how he cheated, but I want to say he cheated somewhere. I feel like I cheated when the Royal Rumble. I backstabbed him and threw him out the ring right away at the end, and then I got payback for that. I was trying to be funny, and it just... But then after that, he ended up fairly beating me down at the whatever it was, Hell in a Cell or something. He really got me. So it's been good. Everybody on the chat's been sick. You guys have been dope. If you want to hit me up on social media, it is legitimately the fastest, easiest way to get to me. I keep it updated when I go live, so you guys can go connect there and then hang out with me and be able to just kick it on a regular basis. That or Discord. If somebody wants to type in Discord, once you just type in Discord, it'll pop up. So go to the Discord, we can interact there. I like playing with people. I like chatting with people. This is what I love to do. My passion. So it means a lot to have you guys. Thank you very much. You can have a good night. Very good looking. My Spanish is no good looking. Alright, we're gonna close it out with some of this weird visuals that I put on here. And say hello to my little Ultimate Warrior. Good night. Thank you guys, for real. Yo, take care, man. Stay blessed. Have a good night. Steve, come back tomorrow. We're gonna vibe it out and close it out. You cannot trigger the alerts during this part of the stream. I should put that though. Thank you for reminding me. That's gonna be a feature in the future. Thank you so much. Come back tomorrow. Hopefully the same time. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. Okay, I'm out.